Big words were thrown around. Unified encirclement. Strategic deterrence. End-to-end tracking. Varian didn't understand most of the words and cursed the ones who did. Most of these big words were coming from the strongest level of success. In fact, 11 of them. Excluding Charles, they were the strongest 11. William, Sarah, Misa and the rest had a barrier cover them while they discussed their strategies. Charles sat alone in the distance talking to Narcissus. Varian glanced at him for a moment before turning away in anger. Boo, make a detailed list on the members participating in the solar trial. Yes, boss. The innocent voice replied. Everyone was still busy. Except him. Being alone in this occasions kinda sucks. To his dismay, even Charles began talking to a few people. Since everyone's busy, I can only ask these people. With a shrug, Varian walked towards the elevated floor that was just used as a stage. Prince Cain, Princess Iris Xander and a few others were standing quietly as they observed their juniors. It meant they were customer service, right? Oh, Varian. How are you? Prince Cain appeared in front of him and greeted him with a smile. Varian was caught off guard and replied. I'm good. Do I know you? Do you know me? Okay, that almost sounded arrogant. I know you. I'm Tutor Evander's apprentice. In a way, I'm your senior brother. Prince Cain rubbed his chin and nodded to himself. He sounded proud to be his senior brother. Does being my senior brother let him brag or what? He seems pretty proud of it. Of course, it let him brag. After Charles, he was the most talked about. I see. Regardless of his thoughts, Varian nodded lightly. Pupils and disciples were very different. He'd be surprised if Evander had another disciple. But his inquiries so far revealed that Evander never had an apprentice before him. As Varian was about to ask for some information, Prince Cain started speaking. You're a body awakener, so Vine Forest region is the best for you. You can get a herb or two that can help you advance to level 6 and quickly stabilize your advancement. He kindly advised. I don't have a map. Varian coughed lightly and said with a straight face. Prince Cain's expression turned strange. And you don't have the trials guide, do you? Varian looked at him silently and nodded. Whoever is responsible for you, they're neglecting you. Prince Cain looked at him with pity and sighed. Sarah. Varian glanced at the busy blonde girl who was fiercely arguing with William and Ashtarh. I'll remember this, Sarah. He vowed to himself. He already started formulating a revenge. If Sarah was afraid of ghost movies, he'd take her to one and gloat. That was as far as his revenge went. She isn't my nanny but, Richard is. He's kinda my butler. Damn it. He didn't even tell me about the duels or Theodra. Varian lamented. Even if he wanted to search, these things weren't available on the metanet. Of course, there was another option. Ask someone. But everyone was busy initially and later, he got into fights, so. In his defense, he assumed Richard or Sarah would inform him of stuff it was important enough. Since it wasn't Sarah's obligation, he shifted the blame to Richard. I want a maid. Not an old man. Varian shamelessly protested. Thankfully, neither Anna nor Richard knew his thoughts. Prince Cain saw Varian was in a trance and said. Here, this is the trials guide. It's sent with the invitation card you receive. There are only a few rules, but it's good to know them. He selected a file on his comm and swiped it. Varian caught the hologram and saved it to his comm, thank you. If not for you, I'd probably still in the dark. Varian said. Haha. Don't mention it. Even though there were rumors about Varian's growth being entirely due to drugs and herbs, Cain believed his tutor. I'm looking forward to your growth. As he watched Varian's receding back, Cain muttered with a complicated smile. Dhruv, Mia. Varian raised a brow and looked at the two seniors who were seated at his table. Oh, you're back. Mia abruptly stood up and said. I was supposed to give these to you early on. A son of a bitch challenged me to duel and I had to heal all this time. Mia, you defeated him early on. But then you went on beat everyone in his family, his friends, and relatives. Be honest, at least. Dhruv silently chipped from the side. Because he insulted you. Mia's eyes turned red and Varian could swear he saw a bloodthirsty smile on her face. A Xander partner. Varian gave a thumbs up to Dhruv. Mia's eyes turned back to normal and she said. Anyway, here's the info you'll need. She swiped 3 files towards him. Trials Comprehensive Guide Dangers of Theodra's Secret Realm Treasures and Items of Theodra's Secret Realm. These were much more detailed than the one Cain gave him and were going to be way more useful. It didn't mean that Cain wanted to slight him. He just gave him what he had. Why would a prince possess the guide to Solar Trial? Mia, there's the map too. Dhruv reminded her from the side, causing Mia's eyes to change. She looked at Varian in jealousy and snorted, but gave him the map file anyway before deleting her own. As she sat beside Dhruv, she bit her lip and mumbled. I wasn't even allowed to peek into it. Dhruv nodded in tandem. Huh? What's going on? Varian asked in confusion. Why can't she see the map she gave herself? Mia raised her head and looked at him in exasperation. Just great. Sarah asked me to give those to you. No big deal. But she forbade me from even peeking into the map. Like, come on. She's too protective. Cough. Varian nearly choked on water he was drinking. His expression turned strange as he realized. So Sarah planned everything. Of course. I planned to give this to you in the beginning. But then we were both busy with duels. Mia explained. Varian opened his mouth to say something, but no words came out. Sarah, she. Suddenly, Mia exclaimed. Wait, you thought Sarah forgot? Varian tried to remain silent, but seeing her interest that was growing visibly, he finally said. You have a good IQ, senior sister. I hope you use it in the right places. Subtext, you're using it for useless stuff. And this is not a compliment. That is, of course. See Dhruv, someone finally agrees that I'm more clever than you. TSK. She nudged the poor man and snickered. I never said that. Varian face-bombed. My advice is to form a suitable team. You know, get some peak level 5s with diverse divine paths and collect treasures you all need. That way, you don't have to fight among yourselves. Dhruv stood up and patted Mia on her shoulders. I see. Varian nodded lightly. He wasn't planning to form a team anyway. Arg. Beware of backstabbing. You attracted a lot of envy. Mia patted her forehead and said. Then she seemed to remember something and her eyes burned like torches. That bitch backstab, we'll see you around. Dhruv dragged Mia away, leaving Varian alone on the table. Well, it's better to be alone. Standing in front of 2 princes and 3 princesses, Prince Cain glanced at everyone and nodded lightly. Follow the rules. Whatever you can come out with is yours. Everyone nodded. The key you have, it can act as a defense amulet. But once you use it, you're out of the competition. He also gave them a brief intro into activating it. His peers were surprised about his action. Such information was usually left out as it was common knowledge. Why did he talk about it? Varian gripped the key in his hand and probed it with his space sense. Hiss. There was a special pattern on the key filled with very compressed space power. Upon activation, the space power would be unleashed and solidify the space around the user. This would act as a life-saving token. Even though accidental, there are deaths every year. I hope you remember you can have far greater chances as long as you're alive. His eyes were turbulent for a moment before he quickly continued in his normal tone. Also, one last thing. His lips curled up into a big smile. Not the good kind. It was the kind of smile a teacher would have power before they announced a surprise test. Varian had an ominous premonition. If anyone can collect the 6 flags, you can make one reasonable request from any sovereign. Boom! Those works knocked the air out of the cadets and they couldn't breathe for a moment. Must be an illusion. An illusion, I say. Yes, you heard it right. You can make any reasonable request to a sovereign. They might be hallucinating once, but when the same words were said again, the cadets sucked in cold breath. Their bodies literally trembled with excitement. Sovereign. For almost every cadet, it was a dream they would chase all their life, but would never reach. Yet, like moths rushing to fire, they'd spend their youth, their middle age and even their old age in the pursuit of that illusory hope. Because every sovereign admitted one thing. Every second was worth it. Sovereigns were famous than the biggest influencers, revered more than the greatest doctors and aspired by every genius. Just meeting them was considered an honor. It was like your personal hero spending a day with you. Now they could even make a request. Sovereigns could provide almost any material request. But asking them for a treasure would be wasteful and even insulting. Every cadet would only ask for one thing if they got the chance. Experience. The precious experience and insights by sovereigns upon countless years of accumulation and their thoughts on the divine paths. Even though everyone's journey was different, if they could understand what a sovereign did to reach where they were, it'd be absolutely rewarding. They would face less bottlenecks, progress faster and avoid stagnation. So, every cadet had the same opinion about the request. Except Varian. There's this psychic sovereign called Bell. I can ask him to unlock my memories. Varian thought of the famous Marshal Creo. While Albert governed Mercury, Venus and Earth, Bell governed Mars, Jupiter and Saturn. He was also the grandfather of Xavier Bell, the best genius of Mars. It wasn't a bad idea per se, but Varian felt repulsed for some reason. If I let him do that, I also risk letting him see all my memory. Even if there's nothing about system, just the fact that someone can see all my memory creeps me out. Heck no. He quickly denied the idea. The black fog in his mind was disintegrating by itself for some reason. And at times of stimulation, a small part of it would be destroyed. He didn't know the exact reasons, but he felt that it had something to do with the system powers he briefly wielded a while ago. Regardless of the reason, the removal of the black fog was why he was occasionally able to get glimpses into his past. But, of those 7 years with Sia, he could only remember a few days at most. I'll unlock them. Bit by bit. And as my telepath level advances, I can do it faster and faster. I don't want to trust anyone else with this. And that was it. Varian didn't really have any requests he had to ask the sovereigns about. But someone he knew could really use that request. All right. Solar trial lasts for 3 hours. Make the best use of it. Prince Cain clapped his hands and signaled them to begin. Varian saw the teams in a moment. The level 5s and 6s formed teams amongst themselves and a few signaled their intent to invite him. He rejected them, as politely as he could. I want to win the 6 flags. Won't work if I join a team. Thankfully, Sarah collected the info. One by one, level 5s entered the secret realm. Varian was the last level 5. Perhaps when he came out, he'd already be a level 6. Looking at the shining space gate, he took a deep breath and stepped in. It was like he was tied to the back of an airplane with a rope and was pulled into the air. That was how Varian felt as the space around him twisted and yanked him towards a distant, yet near place. As he opened his eyes, 6 different lights shone down on his face. Varian turned around and realized he was in a huge circular plain in the middle of mountains. In the distance were level 5s that entered before him. They hurriedly confirmed their goals and rushed out. It was almost as if they were fleeing. Varian shook his head and felt a fluctuation of space. Level 6. 1. 2. 3. 4. They hadn't appeared yet, but he could feel their aura clearly. Welp. Time to go. Varian kicked the ground and his figure vanished into the distance. Shortly after he left, a few low-level success appeared in the plain. They observed the 6-colored light coming from the 6 regions of Theodra. Ice region. Thunder region. Forest region. Twisted region. Psychedelic region. Laden region. Ice region? One of them asked. Ice crystal fruits don't last long. It's better to pick them first. The girl in question nodded. Let's go. As such, the level of success that appeared quickly left. Even though some cadets found their enemies and rivals, they didn't pause to fight. Fighting here would only profit others. And finally, the strongest teams also appeared. It was 5 teams. To be precise, it was 4 teams and 1 man. Sarah, William and Philia. Sarah and William were from the same academy. William and Philia had a nice relationship. So they decided to team up for now. Ashtarh, his friend Tiama and Mysa formed a team. Being Neptune's first genius and second geniuses, Mysa found them to be strong enough to work with. Then there was Xavier Bell, Marcus Karen and Rhodey Nile. Since the 3 of them fought Charles, they recognized the other's strength and decided they were a good fit. And finally, Helia and Caleb. Caleb wanted another member, but Helia objected. Anyone else would only drag us down. These 4 teams were created with the aim of getting the flag, not treasures. Since 6 flags were won in 6 regions each, before coming they already decided their initial target. The 4 of them would collect a flag each and compete at the last 2 regions for the 2 flags. The teams would remain until one team got hold of 6 flags. Then the team itself would break down and they would fight among themselves. Of course, obstructing all this was a single variable. The one-man team. Charles Xander. He was the last person to enter. Also the strongest. Ashtar's words during the 5-minute planning rang in everyone's minds. No single team can win against Charles. If you want to win, Charles must be out. So, instead of going their own ways, all the teams turned towards Charles Xander. Charles glanced at them and snorted. His prana circulated throughout his body and he transformed into his demi-wolf form. Charles, you're going down. Ashtarh slowly said. The air stilled for a moment and everything seemed to slow down. The next moment, their aura exploded into the skies. Boom! Every cadet in the Theodra secret realm stopped in their tracks and turned towards the center. It was fine if they didn't, but when they did, their hearts nearly leapt out of their throats. Like the herald of apocalypse, fire raged into the sky, lightning struck the world, ice dragons roared and mountains moved, Theodra shook. Do you have no wish you want granted? That was it. Sarah didn't speak against it anymore. It wasn't because she wanted to ask for something. It was because. Father, I'll prove myself. Even if brother is gone, you still have a daughter. You used to brag about Sam to everyone, I want to see you with that same smile again. So, here she was, in the central plains of Theodra, standing in the air and channeling her water mana. Ka. Ka. Ice dragons measuring dozens of meters bloomed into existence under her exquisite control and Sarah pointed her hand down to the middle of the central plains. Go. Roar. The mighty ice dragons dashed down at lightning-quick speed, their trails freezing the air upon contact. Gar. The ice dragons opened their mouths as they reached the 4-meter-tall semi-wolf. Charles Xander after transformation. Roar. The ice dragons' mouths worked like cannons as they shot thick and sharp icicles imbued with water mana onto the tall figure. The coldness instantly caused the air to slow down and resulted in a white fog covering the area. It wasn't just them, there were 2 water dragons, 2 thunder dragons and 2 fire dragons. The 8 elemental creations attacked simultaneously. The deadly fire, water and thunder attacks reached Charles in the blink of an eye. Even before they hit him, Charles's skin turned red, white and numb all at the same time. Gulp. Facing the combo, even Charles didn't want to take it head on. He made an instantaneous decision, dodge. But his mind was sluggish. His body wasn't in complete sync with his thoughts. It was off only by a dozen milliseconds, but for their level of battle, that small difference could determine victory or defeat. Gar. Charles glowed as he fought against the familiar mental energy trying to control his body. With bloodshot eyes, he glared at Xavier Bell into the distance. The bastard telepath was a nuisance. Charles decided to get rid of him first. Forcibly suppressing the external mental interference, Charles moved. Despite his tall figure, his body blurred and he crossed hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. Just then, the elemental dragons crashed into the ground behind him. Boom! The ground suddenly shook and a huge mushroom cloud rose into the air. Charles's brows knit together as he glanced at the four elementalists. Philia, Sarah created the ice and water dragons. Tiama, Caleb made the thunder dragons. Marcus Karen made the fire dragons. 5 people. Charles realized his defenses were weaker than the combined strength of 5. It was a frustrating realization. And he wasn't completely unscathed. The fire dragon was the closest to him, and even though he escaped the core attack, his back was scorched. The white fur was now pitch black as his warm blood slowly flowed out of his burnt skin. But Charles didn't care. He needed to eliminate the telepath and he could then take on them one by one. He kicked the ground and in an instant, was only 100 meters from Xavier. To him, it was a negligible distance. Xavier, you're over, eh? Charles stopped speaking and jumped away in a hurry. Gotcha. Crack. Boom. The space he was at previously twisted and compressed before exploding. The explosion spread for dozens of meters, swallowing everything in its path. Space Awakeners. Charles saw Helia in the distance. If he took the attack head-on, it would be more than a light injury. Wait, Misa is also a space awake. As he realized she was missing, he sensed 3 presences behind him. Schwa. The wind behind him was compressed and Charles felt a pressure looming on him. Without thinking, he punched back, his acute senses reaching for the precise locations. Boom! Charles was blown away and crashed into a mountain. The 3 attackers, William, Ashtarh, and Rhodey Nile, rubbed their stinging fists. Misa was behind them and without a word, they extended their hand towards her. She quickly grabbed their heads and they teleported close to Charles' location. By the time they did, Charles was already up and was about to rush forward. Thankfully, Xavier Bell slowed him slightly, and using this opportunity, the elemental dragons of ice, fire and thunder descended down on him again. Arg! Charles tried to escape like last time. But this time, the level 6 Space Awakeners Misa and Helia worked together and solidified the space around him. Charles felt the extremely hard space around his body and his pupils dilated. Bastards! Veins popped up on his forehead as he hurriedly exerted his strength to break the solid space restricting his body. Even if Mace and Helia, 2 most powerful Space Awakeners of their generation, worked together, keeping him locked was impossible. But they weren't aiming for that since the beginning. All they wanted was gotcha. The solid space was broken right when the elemental dragons reached Charles. Fuck. Charles hurriedly crossed his arms and shielded his vitals. Roar. The 8 elemental dragons crashed on him. The ice dragons nearly froze his blood and slowed his movements as the coldness rushed through his body, injuring his internal organs. The fire dragons burned his skin away, and almost grilled him alive. The thunder dragons attacked his now injured body and tore through him. Pa! Pa! The lightning coursed through his body as Charles howled in pain. Blood spilled out from every corner of his body as pieces of his flesh breaking under the wrath of the thunder. The thunder nearly paralyzed him. Yet, all that wasn't enough to stop him. Kook. Charles was back on his feet and was about to move when 4 figures suddenly teleported above him. After teleporting the body Awakeners, Mysa vanished. William, Ashtarh, and Rhodey Nile shot towards Charles at breakneck speed and their fists connected with his body. Boom! He was thrown into the sky like a ball, his body making an arc as blood gushed out of him. Even in that moment, Charles was fighting off Xavier, albeit he was slowly losing control. Boom! Charles landed heavily on the ground. The final attack by the 3 broke too many bones in his body. Charles felt like his insides were destroyed. Perhaps if he was any weaker, he'd have fainted already. Let's end this, Ashtarh said, prompting a nod from Sarah, Xavier, and Helia. Charles burnt the scene into his eyes. As expected, the space around him solidified and the elementalists created the dragons again. If he took this attack, Charles was done for. Even if he didn't try, the key would activate and he would be teleported out. He would be eliminated. A fire burnt in Charles' heart and he felt unprecedented rage. No. I worked for everything I have. Only I have the potential to quickly be a sovereign. Only I can make the Xander family great like my grandfather. I mustn't lose. My destiny is the top of Federation. I am not going down like this. Arg. Charles drew strength from the depths of his being and the solid space around him shattered like mirror. Attack. The elemental dragons were about to reach him and the 3 body Awakeners were about to follow him. Charles did what he never thought would do. He kicked the ground and ran away. His figure blurred and he quickly vanished into the distance. He escaped. A/N, Discord link below. The 11 best geniuses of the Federation fighting one. It wasn't like they were an unbalanced team. They had physical attackers, space controllers, and elemental attackers. The troublesome space controllers teaming up with elemental attackers was one of the deadly combinations. Add body Awakeners for the finishing touch and it was a perfect team. With the formation of a team, their strength didn't just add up. It multiplied. Despite that, maybe if you can chase him, you might still catch him and eliminate him. Ashtarh raised his head and sighed in regret. You aren't convincing anyone to take the bait with your terrible acting. Helia crossed her arms and looked at him with contempt. Ashtar's regretful expression vanished as he changed back to his expressionless face. Was I that bad? Yep. Pretty bad. His friend Tiama shook his head. Whatever. Acting isn't for me. Fighting is the only thing I know. He said, and in the end, even seemed proud. Arg. Sarah felt a sense of déjà vu. Varian would say the same thing. We'll go to our picks and decide the winner at the end, Xavier said lightly. Everyone lightly nodded as they watched Xavier with caution. If there was no Xavier, even with Space Awakeners, Charles's speed wouldn't slow down enough. Then, the elementalists would never be able to attack him properly. In fact, given Charles's reaction speed, he would be able to hold his own against the 3 body Awakeners. Xavier was one of the major reasons he couldn't fight back properly. With Charles gone, we all have a shot at winning, Ashtarh said and waved at them. See ya. Mysa touched the shoulders of Ashtarh and Tiama. Their figures blinked in and out, a few miles between each disappearance, and soon, they were out of sight. They picked the Thunder region. Helia didn't even bother greeting them and grabbed Caleb's hand. They too quickly disappeared. Their destination was the Twisted region. Xavier glanced at the Sarah's team and his gaze paused on Sarah. Sometimes, I forget you're a second year. With those words, he nodded at Marcus. Marcus conjured a flame board for Xavier and along with Rhodey Nile, they went towards the psychedelic region. Finally, only Sarah, Philia and William were left. Let's go too, Philia said, nudging William who was looking in the direction Charles disappeared. Vine region. Is it really alright to leave him like that? He rubbed the back of his neck and asked. Sarah shrugged. You know why we let him escape. William recalled Charles's final outburst and nodded solemnly. We can eliminate him. But right before he do, Charles will burst out with all his strength and take down at least one of us. That was the main reason no one wanted to chase after Charles, even if he was heavily injured. Even though he was in no way his peak condition, if they really pushed him to the brink of elimination, there's a very high chance he'd take down at least one of them with him. Who wanted to take that risk? No one. The 4 teams acted together for a single reason. They wanted to get the special reward, and it needed them to collect all the 6 flags. If Charles was allowed to deal with them one team at a time, he would eliminate them one by one and easily win. But with his heavy injuries, he could hardly be a threat in the end. Thus, pursuing Charles to just eliminate him wasn't worth it. And even if they eliminated Charles, and managed to take his final attack without being eliminated, they would be severely injured. Then their chances of collecting the 6 flags would be non-existent. Ashtar's team is the strongest, then it's Xavier's, then us, and finally Helia's. William said in exasperation. The reason Helia's team was last was because they had only 2 members. Do we really have a chance at winning? Sarah looked at him and gritted her teeth. Don't jinx. If I can't win, then I'd rather have Philia win than you. Philia's cold face showed a small smile as she nodded. If I can't win myself, then I'll also pick Sarah over you. Fuck. William cursed in despair and sprinted to the boundary of the Central Plains. Sarah's body blurred and a blue hue covered her. She quickly caught up to William and surpassed him. With blue wings behind her back, Philia was behind William. They soon stopped in front of a white barrier. The area they landed was called Central Plains. The world of Theodra was divided into Central Plains and the 6 regions. Each of these 6 regions had 1 flag in a specific location. Ashtarh team went to Thunder region's Thunder Plains. Xavier team to Psychedelic region's Psychedelic Gardens. Helia team to Twisting region's Twisting Islands. They can't go from one region to another. Intertravel between the regions is impossible. One must travel back to the Central Plains and go to the desired region through the White Barrier. With us 2 water awakeners, Ice region is our best bet. Sarah said and stepped into the White Barrier. The space twisted and she felt like the world suddenly shook. The temperature dropped and snow fell. Sarah found herself standing in deep snow, and in front of her were countless snow mountains. Philia clicked on her comm and opened a map. The target is 30 miles northwest. Her body flashed and she shot into the air, flapping her blue wings. The same scene was repeating for the Ashtarh team, Xavier team and Helia team. It's just that none of them knew that a young man was hiding in the mountain ranges of Central Plains and watched the entire battle. His eyes shone with a sharp light as his lips curled up. Master, are you going to hunt for treasures? Boo asked. Treasures? No. I'm going to hunt for the 6 flags. But they're all more powerful than you. So what? I just need to get the flags before the trial ends. Varian said and his eyes narrowed. Fighting isn't the only thing I know. A/N, Discord link below. Oh. Thankfully, the rules of the competition were clear and gave the participants a chance of victory. 1. The flag in Thunder region is in Thunder Plains. Thunder Plains is the first area you step into once you set foot in Thunder region. 2. You are only allowed to move in the Thunder Plains. If you move out, you are disqualified. Thus the 3 blurry silhouettes stopped on a rather barren plains. They were already reaching the core area of the Thunder Plains. Thunder region had a rather gloomy sky with thick and dark clouds. Thunder Plains was no exception. Along the way, they came across and fight creatures that wielded the power of lightning. There were even plants and trees emitting the lighting mana. The lightning mana-rich environment made them a force to reckon with. Across the hundreds of plants and animals they had seen in the Thunder region, the only common point was they all had lighting and zap, zap, Every place was bombarded by lightning frequently. Mysa snapped her fingers and teleported to the distance. Lightning bolts with the thickness of a bucket struck her previous position. Boom! The lightning broke the earth and raised thick dust into the ground. Despite perfectly evading the lightning, Mysa wasn't pleased. With her space sense, she was able to clearly feel the amount of damage the lightning had done. The shockwaves were enough to injure a level 3. The direct attack itself was enough to instantly disarm a level 4. The intensity of lightning is steadily increasing, she said with a solemn expression and looked at her two teammates. Ashtarh, being level 6 controller, simply dodged. Whilst Tiama, the level 6 lightning awakener, let the lightning strike his body. He even seemed pleased each time the lightning struck as his lips curled up wildly. Are you a masochist? She couldn't help but ask with caution. What? No. Why did you even think of that? The golden-haired youth seemed hurt as he looked at her with sad eyes. Ashtarh shook his head and patted Tiama while made a lip movement to Mysa. Tiama is hyperactive, alright, he tends to get emotional. Mysa understood his words and coughed slightly. Looking at Tiama's sad face, she felt like she was a bully. I'm sorry. You enjoyed the lightning strikes. As far as I know, lightning awakeners don't really improve with those strokes, am I wrong? She asked with genuine curiosity. Tiama regained his cheerful expression and raised his head in pride. You're partly right. We, lightning awakeners, don't directly improve with lightning strikes. But as a genius, I can use my lightning sense to deeply analyze their workings. As they say, nature is the best teacher. And I always try to be the best stud, yeah. Yeah. She gets it. Let's get going. Ashtarh patted Tiama and said. Tiama looked at Mysa to confirm. Only after she nodded did he pat his chest and smile. Under his lead, they quickly traveled 30 miles and reached the entrance of a large valley covered by mountains on all sides. The team of 3 prepared to meet their first challenge, and as the strongest, Ashtarh took the lead. This was the so-called Thunder Shrine. The valley's entrance was filled with a thick fog coated with lightning mana, preventing them to see anything. Despite that, Ashtar's senses alerted him. The even breathing, friction of metal cutting the air and friction of scales rubbing, scales? Ashtarh gripped his spear and hurriedly looked up. His eyes narrowed and he said. We have a situation. 60 degrees up. Mysa and Tiama spread their special senses and gasped in surprise. Almost 3 miles above the ground, 5 griffins were gazing down at them. Their wings were made of golden scales as they shone with lightning mana. Seeing that they were found, the golden griffins exerted their aura and a huge lightning circle under them. This. Mysa opened her mouth and was about to ask Ashtarh if this was normal. Back off. Back off. He said quickly and back-flipped. Tiama's body flashed and he pushed himself away with lighting mana. Mysa's hair stood erect and she appeared a mile away. The next moment, a flash of light passed and the surroundings went silent. Then all of a sudden, the ground shook and Mysa tumbled down. Wah! Her words were caught in her mouth as she saw a huge pit in the position they were previously standing. These are not normal level of success. Ashtarh appeared beside her and said in a solemn voice. His gaze never left the huge golden circle under the griffins. Tiama's voice sounded from a distance. You're right. That circle combines their powers with a good efficiency and attacks us. That attack is slightly stronger than a peak level 6. Screech. The griffin screeched and the golden circle lit up in a second. Ashtarh didn't hesitate and said. Mysa, teleport me and Tiama to their top. Mysa grabbed Ashtar's hand, teleported to Tiama's side and looked up at the griffins. Leave one for me. She said coolly. Rumble. The huge lightning struck down once again and right when it was about to hit them, the trio disappeared. Screech. The griffins in the air sensed 3 new presences and quickly scattered. Their skin shone with a brilliant gold as lightning mana covered every inch of their being and created a solid defense. But, Ka! Ashtar's sword flowed like a dance as it cut through the lightning armor and cleaved the mighty creature into two. Without a pause, he kicked into the air and his body shifted a few hundred meters just before another griffin. Kacha! His foot landed on the head of a griffin and blasted it to pieces. 2 down. 3 to go. His eyes locked with another griffin a few hundred meters away from him. Rumble. The griffin's eyes dilated for a split second and its survival instincts kicked in. With a screech, it shot a lightning bolt at him. Humph. Ashtarh snorted and kicked the air. Boom. With the force, he evaded the lightning and rushed towards the beast. Screech. The griffin's wings stiffened and it was about to flee. Right then, the space around its wings compressed and then suddenly, burst. Paw! Its wings were broken and its flesh and blood were scattered in all directions. Ashtarh sensed Mysa behind him and shook his head. 2 more. Suddenly, he heard a loud thunderclap behind him. Turning around, he saw Tiama's lightning spear crack open the griffin's defense and pierce its eye, all the way to its skull. And the 5th one? He asked. During his speech, he was already descending down towards the ground. Here. Mysa appeared beside him with an eagle head in her hand. Your strength doesn't lose to mine. He narrowed his eyes and said sharply. Mysa clenched her fists and the space around the head in her head compressed, crushing the head into a mush of bone and flesh. Maybe. She replied vaguely and touched his sleeve. In the next moment, the trio were once again in front of the valley entrance. All right, no more griffins. We're good to go. Ashtarh carefully sensed and nodded. The trio walked through the white fog and entered the area of Thunder Shrine. Mysa's eyes widened as she opened her mouth in shock. The hair on her neck stood erect as she gulped down. Standing in front of them were 30 strange humanoids dressed in golden armor. And in the sky were 30 griffins. Oh boy, this is going to take a while. This is just too weak. Oh heavens, give me stronger lightning. He almost yelled if not for the fact that he didn't want to alert the messengers. Messengers, they were the people hired by these 5 teams that were competing for the flags. After all, the original participants in the solar trial were in hundreds. They knew they couldn't win the competition, but the Theodra realm itself was full of natural treasures. As long as they avoided the 5 areas with the flags, they were free to explore wherever they wished. Since they had the basic information about the secret realm beforehand, every participant was more or less prepared. Thus, right after appearing in the Central Plains, they traveled to their chosen region and then rushed to the chosen area in the said region. After all, just a single treasure would help them a lot. Of course, once they ventured into areas without flags, they were disqualified and couldn't participate. They knew it and didn't care. All they wanted was to make the best use of this opportunity to grow stronger. But, there were some that were stay behind and help the 5 teams. They usually belonged to the same faction as a team member. For instance, Priscilla Xander was one of the messengers of Charles Xander. She would keep an eye on the people entering the Thunder Plains and inform Charles of the latest updates. Or would've. Sorry, but I'm not sorry. Varian looked down at the unconscious girl on the ground and said with an unapologetic face. She was a peak level 5. And he spotted her early on after entering the Thunder Plains. So, he hid his presence and using his teleportation plus super speed, knocked her out. Oh well, there you go. Varian gripped her neck and tightened his hand. Priscilla's body twitched and her face turned pale. Unconsciously, she began to struggle. Her body tried to transform itself into a snow leopard and defend her, but Varian simply tightened his grip. Right when his grip was about to break her neck, a light flashed on her body and she disappeared. The elimination system works pretty well. I guess secret realms aren't favorite for nothing. Varian nodded in approval. Zap. He covered himself with lightning and rushed forward. Along the way, he kept an eye out for messengers. Every team had messengers like these scattered throughout the 6 areas with flags. If his plans had to go smoothly, Varian shouldn't fall into the eyes of the messengers. Or if he did, he shouldn't be reported. They'll suspect my motives for appearing here. They might assume I'm Sarah's messenger, but what would Sarah assume? Even Sarah shouldn't know he's here or his plan won't work. The thick vegetation was slowly disappearing as he went deeper and deeper into the Thunder Plains. But there was a plus side too. Lightning mana here is so thick. Thick enough that he wished to breathe it in and store it away. The deeper into the plains, the denser the mana. Denser mana means stronger creatures. He muttered as he easily passed by hundreds of strange creatures. Rabbits with flashing horns, wolves with golden lighting tails, snakes that spewed out lightning and so on. But as the creature's strength slowly increased, he was met with an obstacle. Roar. A tall humanoid creature wearing full body armor in gray. Its face wasn't visible, and given its burly stature and rough breathing, Varian wasn't interested in finding out its appearance. He pulled back his arm and punched out. Bang! Despite being able to stop him, it couldn't bear Varian's punch. The armor caved in and his arm pierced through the left chest of the creature before appearing on the outside. Row, AR. Not even useful for XP. Varian despised the fallen creature and as if the heaven was pissed, it dropped a lightning bolt. Rumble. Varian glanced uninterestedly as the lightning bolt struck his lightning armor. But suddenly, his eyes gleamed. XP +1, Lightning Path L4, 866/1000, +1, gimme more. He raised his hands and shouted towards the sky. This is basic courtesy. He shook his head and dashed forward. As the mana density increased, so did the strength of the beasts. But they were only in level 5 and didn't increase his XP. But there was the lightning. Sweet, cute and bright lightning. Varian wished he could bear all the lightning of the region, provided he wouldn't die. +5 XP, Lightning Path Level 4, 997/1000, +5, just a bit more. He glanced at the sky in anticipation, but like at Xander, the sky ignored him. Sigh. Sighing, Varian opened the treasures and items of Theodra's secret realm. Oh, Thunder Region, Thunder Plains, I'm at a cross junction? He looked ahead and confirmed that there was indeed a mountain range dividing the path into 3. He could go in only one path and the others would be covered the mountains. On his left was the so-called Thunder Shrine. I can't touch them for now. Varian took a deep breath and searched for the location of Fury Mines. 20 miles from here? Good. After taking a quick look, he kicked the ground and sprinted. Soon, he stopped in front of a large crater a few miles wide. Fury Mines. He muttered and slid down. Enemies are Fury Monkeys. As if proving their existence, short monies with shining tails jumped out from the ground and surrounded him. Their aura ranged from mid-level 5 to peak level 5 and one seemed to be on the verge of advancing to level 6. Caw. Caw. Varian's expression didn't change as he muttered. Treasures to be found here, Thunder Dynamites. He sensed a slight presence below him and teleported away. Boom. The ground he was standing on was blown into pieces. Varian's lips slowly curled as he unfolded his lighting sense and caught the hundreds of Thunder Dynamites underground. Creating Thunder Dynamites was a special talent of Fury Monkeys. They used these traps to kill their opponents and guard their land. Fortunately for him, and unfortunately for them, Varian's goal was to get as many Thunder Dynamites as possible. Sorry, monkeys. His eyes turned cold and a sword appeared in his hands. Rumble. Lightning struck him from the heavens and the system prompted. +3 XP, Lightning Path Level 4, 1000/1000, +1, advancing. Screech. The Fury Monkeys sensed his advancement. They weren't happy. Boom! A fury monkey kicked the ground, causing gravel to spill out, and a small golden orb rose from that gravel. Caw! The fury monkey grabbed the orb and hurled it at Varian. The remaining monkeys followed. Varian was still in the process of adjusting to level 5, so his lightning powers were chaotic. However, his body senses were on alert, and the moment he saw the first orb dashing towards him, he teleported out. The 20-odd orbs reached his location and flashed brightly. Zah, P. It was like sound itself was forcibly cut off, compressed and burst. The orbs exploded into a brilliant lightning blast, destroying everything in its 100-meter vicinity. Fuck! Varian muttered as he floated in the air. The lightning mana coalesced into 2 light, but sturdy wings. The advancement was complete. Level 5 Lightning Awakeners received a comprehensive boost on all their capabilities, and from here, they were capable of flight. Varian flapped his wings and they dissolved into lightning mana which covered his body in golden light. Wish! His figure blurred into a streak of lightning and he instantly appeared before the fury monkeys. Gar! The monkeys were taken aback and lightning covered their bodies. The next moment, a flash of light passed and they appeared hundreds of meters away. It was the same technique Varian used. Lightning dash, cover your body with lightning and moving like lightning. Even though its speed was far from the original lightning, a level 5 using lightning dash was faster than any other path, excluding Space Awakener's teleportation. But poor monkeys, Varian could teleport. And teleport he did. Paw! Right when the fury monkeys thought they had escaped, he teleported behind them. Cool. Their lightning sense captured his arrival and they were about to use their lightning mana to throw the thunder dynamites at him. But they were suddenly hit by an invisible force. Their brains turned sluggish and their bodies didn't obey their command for a split second. Gar! The fury monkeys regained their control in an instant, and were about to throw the bombs. But it was too late. A bright light flashed and the wind whistled as a sword cut through it. Thud! Thud! Half of the fury monkeys were instantly killed. They never got to use the thunder dynamites in their hands. Well, telepath power always helps. Varian smacked his lips and grinned. If his telepath was also at level 5, he'd have probably killed all the fury monkeys. Of course, it was mainly because his body path was already at peak level 5. The fury monkeys responded to his smile with 50 thunder dynamites. And all of the dynamites were twice the previous size. Damn it. Varian cursed and quickly teleported. He glanced at his previous position and his jaw dropped. The dynamites actually joined together and merged into a red orb. The shiny little orb shone like molten iron and a blinding white light flashed. Then, a huge golden sphere expanded, destroying everything in its contact. It seared the air, melted the soil and swallowed everything in its path. Thankfully, the golden sphere only expanded for about 50 meters and died down. If I was hit by it. Varian wiped the sweat off his forehead and muttered. Wait. He turned around and saw the 12-odd monkeys preparing to throw another set of dynamites at him. This time, the orbs were larger than the previous. Varian gripped his sword and said, I'm not playing with you anymore. Scree. The fury monkeys created small hands with their lightning mana to throw the orbs at him. But the space around the fury monkeys solidified all of a sudden. Screech. Zap. Gotcha. The solid space couldn't hold on even for a moment as the level 5 fury monkeys broke it apart with their lightning. Gar. But then came the headache. A literal headache as they felt like a needle was pricking their monkey brains. However, they channeled their mana and quickly suppressed the pain. The fury monkeys' eyes turned bloodshot as they glared at Varian. Despite his 2 attacks, they were fine in almost no time. But as a peak level 5, Varian saw a lot of time in that no time. Zap! Dozens and dozens of lightning arrows rained down on the monkeys. Goo! The Fury monkeys had no time to throw the dynamites and had to defend themselves with a lightning barrier. Then came the final strike. Varian's sword moved faster than their lightning dash as it severed every monkey into two. Of course, the 2 or 3 monkeys at the peak of level 5 tried to resist and almost succeeded. But too bad for them, Varian kept a special eye on them and bombarded them majority of lightning attacks. Since his lightning path was level 5 anyway, they couldn't ignore it. It sealed away their final chance of escape as Varian's sword ended their life. Phew. Sheathing his sword, Varian sighed in relief. Rumble. The lightning struck him from the sky, but Varian didn't hear any prompt. Tisk. He shook his head in annoyance and focused back on the crater. His lightning sense spread out and connected to the ground. Slowly, it seeped under the ground filled with craters and sensed a familiar aura. Thunder dynamite. There. He waved his hand, and his mental force dug the ground, retrieving a small orb. It was only he beginning. There, and there. One by one, thunder dynamites surfaced onto the ground. Varian checked the Fury mines once again and after confirming the site was cleaned up, he left. First step, acquire explosives. Complete. Second step, psychedelic gardens. Varian glanced at the map one last time and sighed. Treasures, there were many treasures, but the more precious the treasure, the more time-consuming the process to obtain it. He had little time. But on the plus side, these treasures that helped others didn't help him as much. Sure, a treasure might give him 100 or 200 XP, but to advance, he'd need to take at least 5 of them. That'd take up too much of my time. Again, the issue was time. Of course, he could gain XP just by what he's doing. If I'm free by the end, I'll go hunt for treasures, or rob a few. He thought and kicked the ground. His body flashed forward as he sprinted towards the exit. A/N, Discord link below /KBKTTSRPB. It took them a while to realize they weren't fighting Thunder Knights and Golden Griffins, but Thunder Knights with Golden Griffins. Yep. As the Golden Griffins dived down, the full-body armored humanoid knights mounted the creatures. The Griffins, 5 in each group, formed huge lighting circles once again. This time, the lightning circles were also powered the Thunder Knights and each of the strikes turned deadly. So, they had to dodge each attack. When they did, some of the Thunder Knights would throw lightning spears at them, and Tiama was almost impaled by a spear. We need to find a way to end this. Ashtarh said and dodged a lightning spear that barely passed by him and plunged into the ground, creating a large crater upon contact. Teleporting up and fighting them isn't gonna be easy. Mysa said as she appeared to his right and said. Why yeah, if we try to attack one, they're ganging up on us. Tiama's body flashed and he stopped beside her, as he bent down panting. Ashtar's mind spun as he glanced at the mighty creatures and their knights. A thought struck him and he said. Mysa, teleport me to top of a griffin, right behind the knight. His brows knit together. It's going to be hard, can you do it? Since the griffins were in motion, accurate teleportation was in fact very challenging. I can manage. But are you sure? Mysa said before she teleported once again. Ashtarh and Tiama also moved away as a huge lightning bolt struck their previous location and created a huge crater. A huge boulder in their previous location turned to dust, reminding them that this attack was higher than a peak level 6. I can do it. Ashtarh appeared confident despite the odds. That's what living everyday fighting abyssals did to him. It turned him into a killing machine. Though, he did manage to keep his normal side protected. He turned to Tiama and ordered. We'll take care of the knights. Follow the mission, get the flag. Yes, sir. Tiama straightened his back and almost saluted before he stopped himself. Damn. I forgot we're not on the front lines. He thought and covered himself with lightning mana. Wish. He didn't question if Ashtarh and Mysa alone could handle those creatures alone. He believed they could. No, he didn't know enough about Mysa. But he knew that Ashtarh could. Ashtarh Dustin. Peak Level 6 Controller. Title, Future War Sovereign. As the genius that grew up battling the Abyssals from Pluto, Ashtarh was the most promising candidate for sovereign. Until Charles and Sarah's sudden rise. Despite that, Tiamat didn't think they were qualified. There's no way they can be equals. He muttered as he dashed through the broken pavements and rubble. Soon, he reached the shrine. It wasn't anything typical. Supported by 10 large pillars, the structure was enormous. Its height rivaled that of a 5-story building and its width that of a soccer field. The shrine itself was raised above the ground level with a huge base. Gulp, Tiamat gulped and saw the stairs leading up to the entrance of the shrine. It wasn't out of fear. It was due to shock. He recognized the material the stairs were made of, golden copper. An excellent insulator of lighting mana. They were used to make defensive equipment against the lightning awakeners. It was a precious alloy across the Federation. People literally killed themselves over it. But here it was only used to make stairs. The contrast just blew his mind. Calm down. Calm down. This is nothing compared to the one time I saw the Sovereign Ares fight the Thunder King, though I was more than 1,000 miles away. He tried to soothe himself, but he still had an impulse to mine the stairs. I don't have time, and if I miss the final prize because of this, I'd be an idiot. Besides, we have to give our messengers some rewards. Let them take this stuff. He said out loud and finally convinced himself to move forward. When he reached the entrance, a huge double door greeted him. The golden door was etched with an ancient script. Tiamat was instantly drawn by the elusive carvings on the door. Suddenly, the inert carvings went from immobile to depicting a scene of 2 humanoids fighting on a planet next to Earth. Their fight broke the planet into pieces and what was left of it became moon. Then the figures seemed to turn around and their deep eyes locked with his. Ha! Tiamat gasped and took deep, heavy breaths. The fuck? He cursed as his body spasmed in fear. Before he knew it, his clothes were drenched in sweat. Those eyes, he had the same feeling when he saw the Sovereign fight. Powerless. Weak. And negligible. But that was a direct fight despite the huge distance, and this was perhaps just an illusion. Devis. He muttered in a mix of amazement and fear. The secret realms belonged to Devis. Naturally, these buildings, resources, and even creatures were the relics of their civilization. Even now, humanity couldn't fathom the depth of these seemingly divine beings. However, what they did know was that even Devis perished. And even they knew they were going to be extinct. Some speculated it could be due to a foreign enemy while others thought it was due to infighting. But whatever the case, with their passing, they also sealed aura. It's an impossible feat to the current humans. Not just that, no one could even imagine if sealing off aura of the whole solar system could ever be feasible. Devis were beings capable of such feat, yet the ruins and the secret realms were a testament to the humbling truth even they weren't eternal. I hope we can at least defeat the Abyssals and live a peaceful life. He sighed silently and once again looked at the door. There was no fear in his eyes this time, only determination. Tiamat stretched his arms towards the entrance. The cold metal's distinct touch pressed against his skin and he felt like the carvings on the door were about to move again. Without any further delay, he pushed the door open. Pa! The huge door creaked open and Tiamat's battle instincts screamed at him. Without any delay, he rolled down, and right after he did, a lightning bolt thicker than a bucket flew above him. His lightning sense expanded when he rolled down and he locked on the attacker. No. It was attackers. Standing at 5 feet tall, lashing their tails on the hard floor, the protectors of the shrine, 6 six-tailed golden foxes snarled at him. They surrounded a platform upon which a rustic leather skin imprinted with a lightning bolt symbol rested. Flag. Follow the mission, flag. Ashtar's voice rang in his head. Tiama's body flashed as he conjured a lighting spear in his ring hand and a heavy sword in his left. His anxious temperament was completely gone, replaced by a cold and indifferent gaze. Boom! Will he be all right? Mysa panted as she jumped from the corpse of a dead griffin and dodged a lightning bolt that blasted the corpse into pieces. Ashtarh raised his speed and raised a lightning spear and jumped from one griffin to another. Zap! Mysa stalled the Thunder Knights that were about to hit him, and using that window of opportunity, he raised his strength and cut down a Thunder Knight. The creature's armor was slashed into two by Ashtar's sword. By then, the griffin the dead knight was on shook away the corpse and streaked away. Gotcha! Mysa's space restrictions were broken and multiple lighting bolts shot at Ashtarh in midair. No level 6 could take this attack. He had no room to dodge either. They covered him from every direction. Mysa appeared behind him in time and teleported them to the ground. It'd be pretty hard without you. Ashtarh smiled to Mysa. Don't bluff. We are both trying to retain our strengths for the final bout. If we fight at our full strength, we can finish this far more quickly. She rolled her eyes and burned his facade. Is my acting that obvious? He scratched his cheek while he jumped away, dodging a bolt. Yes. Mysa said. But we can't delay too long either. Xavier team is pretty strong. And Charles, our messengers in Vine Forest are keeping tabs on him, but we'll never know if he can make a comeback. Ashtar's gaze chilled and he nodded. 23 griffins and knights to go. Lush green plains, dense forests, frolicking beasts and colorful levels that twirled on the soft rivers that flowed down the mountains and stretched into the horizon. With the chirping of birds, and the sweet fragrance of the flowers, this place looked like utopia. Heh! What a good illusion. Varian sneered and channeled his mental sense. Caw! Cobweb-like cracks appeared on the utopian world and it burst like a bubble, revealing its shallow and true self. Varian stiffened for a moment and muttered. This sucks. The utopia-like world was gone. No. It never existed in the first place. The psychedelic region, to be precise, the Aether Gardens area laid bare in front of his eyes. It was still lush green, but it was no longer vibrant. The plants had a sense of gloom around them, as if they were cursed. The birds' chirps were no longer melodious, instead, they were filled with mental attacks that tried to enslave the listeners. The flowers emitted a fragrance filled with mental power that hypnotized the beasts and drew them closer. When they did, their mental power attacked the unguarded beasts and killed them off. The flowers then digested the beasts and grew further. Then, there were beasts that stood rooted in their spot, their pupils dilated and their mouth foaming. Slowly, they would roll on the ground, kick their limbs to free themselves. But as in a few minutes, their movement stopped and their breathing stopped. Mental power. Varian thought as he looked at the world in front of him. Just by smelling the fragrance of the flowers, he could feel small bubbles of mental power trying to incite him to commit suicide. If one already had such thoughts, this mental power bubbles would exploit and expand them further, pushing the individual to do the deed. Varian channeled his chi and his senses cleared up. As a peak level 5 body awakener, he was resistant to these metal attacks. Boo, check if there are any messengers nearby. He ordered. His ring went off his finger and returned after a few seconds. 3 miles from here. Others are too far away. She is near the route to Aether Gardens. Boo reported. Good. Varian's body blurred and he silently reached the location of the messenger. She's a messenger of Ashtarh team. If I take her down, they might get suspicious. Varian pondered for a moment and decided against it. The reason he knocked out Priscilla was because Charles Xander was not in a position to suspect anything even if she silently disappeared. But if it was others? Since the teams were all focused on getting the flags, the only ones who could knock them out would be fellow messengers. Since their strengths were in similar range, any messenger should be able to send a message to their reporting team that they were being attacked and would be eliminated. If Ashtarh team asks her for information and she doesn't respond, they'll realize she's eliminated. That too, without any prior warning. They'll be alerted. I don't want that to happen. Varian said and teleported away from her. Aether Garden was the best garden here and hence, the whole region took its name. However, there were many other gardens with their own characteristics. Despite trying to avoid them, Varian passed by 3 gardens in the last 4 minutes. The Gardens of Lust. It is filled with plants that specialize in mental illusions of lust. They pull one into an endless illusion of their deepest sexual fantasies. The ones trapped in the illusion would be constantly weakened and finally die in their illusion. Varian saw a messenger sneaking into this garden and coming out after a few moments with an exhausted, but satisfied smile. Are you for real? He wanted to eliminate that guy, but held himself back. Gardens of Pride pulls one into unending cycle of prideful moments. Varian saw a few demon rabbits patting their chests and trying to imitate a lion when he passed by this garden. These rabbits quickly overexerted themselves and became food for the plants. Garden of Fear pushes one into their deepest fear and break their mind. Garden of Happiness gives one their deepest happiness. To be honest, Varian wanted to see his happiness. What did he really want? But he shook his head and stopped himself. I don't have much time. Soon, he reached the Garden of Wrath. It was a big garden, almost 5 miles wide. There were thousands of plants growing in it, and each plant had its own territory. Varian sensed mental power exchange between some plants in the garden. They're fighting for territory. He muttered and slowly entered the garden premises. The moment he did, he clenched his fists. His breath turned uneven and his eyes reddened. Damn it. Why should I spare Charles? I just want to kill that bastard. He's injured now, if I can use Boo, then. Indeed. Why must he wait till Charles grew to avenge Sia? Wouldn't it be better if he kidnapped that bastard and tortured him? However, he also found a problem. But if Charles goes missing in the trial, everyone will be suspect. What if they go for the extreme and use a psychic to our memories? Then he shook his head again, veins popping on his forehead as he waved his hand in anger. I can just escape with Boo. The sovereigns come only in virtual form and level 9s can't catch me. If worst comes to worst, I can also use the one teleportation Boo has. He decided and tapped on the ring. Boo, track Charles, will kill, wait, what the? Varian's pupils dilated and he opened his mouth in shock. He couldn't even breathe as he felt a suffocating feeling in his chest. It was a depressing feeling of rage. It wanted him to wreak havoc. Destroy everyone that wronged him. Varian sighed deeply and muttered. So, this is the power of wrath. The moment he stepped in, small, and almost unnoticeable globules of mental power assaulted him. He was just one step away from asking Boo to hunt down Charles. Thankfully, his body powers and mind powers started working in tandem as they slowly built his resistance towards the external interference. Varian extended his mental sense and checked the plants once again. This time, they no longer appeared as harmless greenies as they shone with intense red hues. The red hue split into small pieces and floated in the air as they slowly reached him. At least 20 plants were targeting him. Fuck. Was all he could say. Sarah didn't mention specifically as her notes went in detail about the places he could visit as level 5. So he didn't understand why only level SXS were advised to enter this garden. Now he did. Facing the offensive of 20 peak level 5 telepath plants, any peak level 5 would suffer. Thankfully, Varian was a special case. On top of his peak level 5 body path resistance, he also awakened in 2 mind paths. Every mind path awakener had a degree of resistance to mental power. Thus, he didn't lose himself in rage. Of course, if he was a level 5 telepath, then coupled with his body path resistance, this wouldn't have happened. I should be careful. His expression turned serious, but it instantly collapsed when a blue screen popped in front of him. Plus 30 XP, Telepath Path Level 4, 140/1000, plus 30, he felt a slight but noticeable improvement in his mental resistance. His eyes brightened as he looked at the garden. If these plants can increase his mind path, then... He threw caution of the window and grinned. Come on. Arg. With a roar, Varian looked around with red eyes. Broken walls, spilled blood and charred ground. This was the same location, his home on his last birthday. In front of him was the flame wolf, the creature, the demon that killed his mother. The air heated up from the flames it breathed out and touched his skin. The wolf raised its head and opened its fangs, revealing blood and bones with pieces of his mother's clothes. Even in the iron scent of blood, he could smell his mother's fragrance, the smell of the flowers in their front yard which she tended to. Varian's eyes slowly turned red as his vision turned blurry. The rational part of him was very clear that this was just an illusion, but the emotional side of him was adamant. He needed to kill the wolf at any cost. Grah. Varian clutched his head and bent down. His head was a complete mess as he suppressed his boiling rage. If he started attacking, he'd fall into the illusion. Once that happened, he probably wouldn't wake up. The wolf is dead. He told himself in rage mixed with helplessness. Suddenly, he recalled something. His voice turned sarin. Sia killed it. His emotions slowly calmed down and his mental power quickly worked out and broke the illusion. Varian was once again back in the garden, a few feet away from a dark red plant. Retribution plant. With purple-red flowers blossoming, the 1-meter-tall plant made for a beautiful sight. Sweet vengeance. This was the flower that caused the previous illusion. And it was able to do so despite his progress. Telepath Level 4, 900/1000, even the combined defense of peak Level 5 Body Awakener and high Level 4 Telepath couldn't prevent its effect. Though the reason I struggled so much is because of my past. Someone with nothing to agonize about wouldn't be so affected. Varian paused in the end and shook his head. Who the fuck wouldn't have anything to be angry about? Throwing his thought away, he walked to the retribution plant. With each step, his mind boiled and his rage spiked. His anger increased like there was no tomorrow, but Varian kept his cool. The moment he bent down to pluck the flower, he saw Roxana in the distance. Behind her was an unconscious Sia floating in a pod. Haha. My experiment is a success. I just have to kill her. Sia, you don't have anyone to help you, do you? What about the boy you grew up with? He doesn't even remember you. Haha. Then she turned around and saw Varian. She sneered in contempt and smirked. You are the pathetic guy who can't even protect her. What about the promise you made to her? Then she patted her forehead and her lips curled into an evil and mocking smile. Oh, I forgot. You can't even protect your mother. I heard you froze in fear. Is your body paralyzed from watching that wolf? Ha ha ha. Suddenly, her laughter stopped and she looked at Varian in horror. No. Come kill me. Don't. She collapsed into nothing as Varian violently pulled out the flower, unrooting the plant in the process. Closing his eyes, he muttered. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. It's not. He opened his eyes and raised his arm to punch the ground. Right before he threw the punch, all the plants in his vicinity attacked him in self-defense. They tried to pull him into an illusion. If he really punched the ground, the sheer shockwaves would destroy their fragile bodies. That's why, he must not be allowed to use physical powers. Even the plants that were fighting amongst themselves worked together and tried to stop him. Varian's fist was inches away from the ground, but those few inches seemed to be longer than a light year. He tried to punch down, but his body simply refused to listen to his command. Fuck. I'll destroy you all. His fist stayed motionless for a few seconds before moving. Plus 10 XP, plus 10 XP. Plus 10 XP, with each moment, the resistance he encountered was fiercer and fiercer. Yet, Varian didn't care. He was subjected to countless illusions. He saw Earth getting destroyed. Humanity going extinct. He saw Sia dying in his arms and Sarah being killed. Each scene was enough to boil his blood and push him to anger. Yet, he focused his mind on one thing. That one punch. Do it. Finally, a clicking sound was heard and Varian's fist softly landed on the ground. It had no power, and it didn't even raise the dust. Yet, all the leaves of the plants shrunk and every flower, every seed, and every fruit seemed to shiver. He broke the illusions. Plus 10 XP, telepath level 4, 1000, advancing, ha. Varian's eyes snapped open and his body moved on his own. Putting all his strength, he punched down. This time, the illusions couldn't stop him. Bang! Gotcha! Cracks spread from the center of impact like a spider web. Rock and gravel blasted out in all directions as they smashed every flower, leaf and fruit in their direction. The sheer speed at which they flew out caused the gravel to turn bright red as their temperature spiked. When the dust settled, a huge crater appeared in the central area of the garden. At the center of the crater, Varian rubbed his fist and sighed. I have some anger control issues. But then again, some words were better left unsaid. Even in illusions. Varian's body blurred and he teleported to a few more retribution plants. His mind still felt a sharp pain when he plucked away the flowers, but he avoided falling into any illusion. Finally, after collecting a couple of vengeance flowers, he exited the Wrath Garden. Of course, the flowers didn't attack him anymore. They were kinda dead. But that didn't mean they were useless. If Varian channeled his mental power through them, he could use their specialty to push others to rage. Of course, they didn't have much effect on level success. But amassed together, they had an excellent effect on level 5s, including peak level 5. And that's all I need. Varian stored them away and asked Boo to check for the messengers. He wasn't supposed to make a commotion like this. Thankfully, Wrath Garden was quite deep in the Aether Garden area. So, no messenger actually noticed. As Varian was about to sigh in relief, Roxana's words flashed in his mind. I am not a coward. Then why did you freeze? As his thoughts threatened to spiral in a dangerous direction, he pulled himself together and rushed towards the exit. The teams will still spend quite some time trying to get the flags. But even then, I don't have much time. Varian quickly passed by the numerous gardens before his figure suddenly halted. Garden of Happiness. He looked at it with complicated eyes. Just for a minute. He told himself and explored the garden with his mental sense. Instead of evading, he let the foreign mental powers bring him to an illusion. The illusion he considered as happiness. Varian's eyes lost focus as he stayed still for a few seconds. Finally, his lips curled into a satisfying smile as he opened his eyes. It's going to be worth it. His figure blurred and avoiding the messengers, he left the psychedelic region. Next location, Vine Forests. Not only a forest of plants, but also a legion of animals. Xavier team had the answer. At the moment, they were in Aether Garden, the largest and also the most dangerous gardens of the Aether Garden area. Stretching 100 miles, it was more appropriate to call it a forest, but somehow the term garden stuck. Similar to the Wrath Garden, there were all sorts of predatory plants in this area. They were way more powerful. Low-level 6S would have a hard time surviving 5 minutes here. Mid-level 6S might sustain for half an hour. High-level 6S could manage to remain safe as long as they don't travel too much. And only peak-level SXS could venture to the center. And only the best peak-level 6 geniuses could actually hope to win the flag. This is harder than I thought. Marcus Karen grumbled as he conjured a fire spear and aimed it at a wiggling creature that seemed to be an enlarged version of bat. They've already passed the outer layers of the garden and got into the inner layer. Once they cross this, they need to get to the core layer which held the flag. Honestly, Marcus thought it was troublesome. Kill that fucking bat. He snarled and shot his fire spear. The fire spear was extremely fast and left like a streak of red drawn across the wind. It seared the air upon contact and reached the mega bat in the blink of an eye. And then, nothing. The mega bat dissolved as it never existed there in the first place while revealing itself a few meters away. Slowly, it turned to Marcus. Despite showing no emotions, he felt like it was mocking him. Fucking damn it. He felt humiliation. Rage followed. Die. With a wave of his hand, he directed 3 fire spears and shot towards the megabat. The megabat dissolved upon contact with each of the spears, causing Marcus to grind his teeth. Anger won't solve anything. Use your brain. Xavier Bell said from behind. They were surrounded by tall trees, dense flowers of various colors. Trees and flowers that tried to pull everyone into endless loops of illusions. Xavier Bell held off against the mental attacks of the trees and plants, the immobile targets, while Marcus Karen and Rhodey Nile faced off the beasts, the mobile targets. Yeah. We aren't telepaths, so we can't easily sense if it's an illusion. But we can use our senses, and if it feels off, we can know it's an illusion. Rhodey Nile said as he jumped and punched an empty space in the sky. What are you? Marcus, who was about to question Rhodey's actions, shut his mouth as he saw Rhodey's fist connect with a tiny winged humanoid creature that appeared out of nowhere. No. It was always present there, but illusioned him to believe it wasn't present. Fucking sprite. They're annoying. Marcus complained and focused his fire sense. As a fire awakener, fire sense was essential to his every fight. Other than body awakeners and morphers, other paths didn't offer quick reaction speed or enhanced 5 senses. Instead, they were each developed a special sense in accordance with their path. If Marcus turned off his fire sense, he wouldn't even be able to notice if a level 5 moved around him. Of course, if he used his fire mana to empower himself, a special move that increased his physical stats temporarily, he could, but that was only temporary. Thus, like all battles, Marcus kept the fire sense on since entering the Aether Garden. However, just like how the feedback from Senna's changed with focus, like identifying the different smells in the air or the sensation of touch on every inch of the skin, fire sense too gave more information when focused. So, why not do it all the time? It was exhausting. But facing the mind path beasts, Marcus had no choice. He knit his brows and focused his fire sense. Concentrating was hard, especially since his brain was also bombarded by a dozen odd mental attacks, like his brain was slowly sliced open. But Marcus did it anyway. There. His eyes snapped open and in an instant, his fireball shot an empty space, and took down the mega bat hiding in the illusion. Did you see that? It's not match for me. Marcus smirked and said to his teammates. Xavier Bell didn't even bother to answer as he concentrated on killing the aggressive plants one by one. To the outsiders, it looked like he was just standing in front of plants and admiring them. But a mental sense check would reveal bright and colorful mental powers clashing all over as they tried to control the other party through illusions, mental pain and others. Under Xavier's offensive, the plants and trees were falling one by one. The trees were still technically alive, but they no longer had that mental instinct. They were similar to brain dead. But despite his success, Xavier didn't slack off. As such, he ignored Marcus' comment. On the other hand, Rhodey Nile heard Marcus brag and his face darkened. Waving to the orange-haired young man, he said, "You killed one. And provoked its family of 20. Following his words, 20 megabats surrounded Marcus and bombarded him with mental attacks and illusions. Marcus clutched his head and his face paled. He gritted his teeth and asked Xavier, "Can't I just make a mass attack and destroy everything? The flag is made of tough materials anyway, it won't be damaged." Xavier paused for a moment and shook his head in disappointment. "You never fought in a place like this, have you?" Marcus was taken aback by the question and replied, "No, but why are you stopping me from my full-scale attack? I can just burn down everything." While speaking, his fireballs accurately one-shot 3 megabats, and missed 17. Xavier's eyes narrowed and his voice turned indifferent. Then try. A/N, Discord link below. In his opinion, their team's only rival was Ashtarh. He even though further down the line and calculated the final fight for the 6 flags. With Charles out of fight, the winner was likely to be one from Ashtarh, Marcus, or him. That's why he picked Marcus and convinced him to team up. Why? Because once the 6 flags were gathered, since they were in the same team, he and Marcus would work together to eliminate Ashtarh. Then, it'd be either him or Marcus. This was the optimal choice he could think of. For that, he needed Marcus to be strong enough, but not too strong. In fact, it'd be better if Marcus was a bit injured. That's why, he didn't reveal the reason and simply asked Marcus to try. And try he did. Raising his hand into the air, Marcus started to gather fire mana and slowly compressed it. He'd make a compressed fireball in a few seconds. If launched, it'd blow up all plants in a 50-meter radius, killing hundreds of plants. If launched. Arg. Marcus knelt on one knee as he clutched his head. His eyes lost their focus and the fire mana he gathering quickly dispersed. Xavier continued his attacks without paying any heed. Are you alright, Marcus? Rhodey killed a few more sprites and glanced back. I am fine. Marcus slowly stood up. With a pale face, bloodshot eyes and temples throbbing with veins, he looked anything but fine. He squinted his eyes at Xavier and asked in a low, but stern voice. You should have at least told me. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold. Xavier shrugged nonchalantly. Once the plants determine your attack would wipe them out, they'll all gang up on you to stop you. You should have faced the attacks of hundreds of plants, no? Thankfully, they're just trying to stop you in self-defense or you'd be dead. This is why I told you, mass attacks on these kinds of places is dangerous. Don't play smart. I asked what would happen. You just replied, try it. You think you are a sovereign or something? Can't just say the whole damn thing? Xavier paused and turned to Marcus. I'm not a hot-headed muscle-brained idiot who doesn't even do his research. You're supposed to have prepared for everything. We're a team just because it's convenient for everyone. Rhodey glanced at the two of them staring eye to eye and hurriedly reminded. We're in the middle of a fight. Humph. Conceited bastard. You just wanted me injured. Marcus snorted and resumed attacking. However, he deliberately saved his mana and reduced his efficiency. Let me recover a bit. Why should I put in all the hard work? Xavier saw his actions and his despise towards Marcus only increased. He too decreased the efficiency of killing. He'd also consume less and be in a better condition. Rhodey Nile watched their actions and sighed inwardly. If he maintained the same efficiency, he'd be an idiot. He too reduced his killing speed. Just like that, the clearing of the inner layer took way longer than optimal. Ashtar's team would already be in the final stages. Unfortunately, some teams have selfish bastards. Marcus shook his head and muttered. Xavier's eyes narrowed and he smirked. I agree. Everyone in that team was well prepared. Unfortunately, some teams have people who don't even know the basics. The scene fell silent. Rhodey Nile cut down a tree and turned back. Guys, check out the core region. Xavier and Marcus stopped their conflict and stepped forward. They stepped on the precious fruits, rare leaves and coveted seeds. They walked forward absolutely and utterly disregarding the treasures that low Awakeners would die for and level 4 Awakeners would fight for. Marcus, in his annoyance, even kicked away a bright red fruit. A fruit that would have helped a low level 4 improve a sub-level. Not just that, due to his kick, the fruit burst into flames and the treasures nearby also caught fire, quickly turning to ash. Xavier raised an eyebrow. He recognized the fruit. He was offered such fruits in the past but he refused. Why? Because the more external help you took during your low and mid Awakener stages, the harder it would be to progress in the high Awakener stages. Of course, some very rare treasures like ambrosia and enlightenment potion didn't have that side effect. That's why, even before they knew about the Sovereign Wish reward, they participated in the solar trial. Originally, they thought the winner would be one among Xavier, Marcus, and Ashtarh. But Charles took everyone by surprise. Even if we win, wouldn't everyone look down on us? Xavier Bell lowered his face and said, "In a war, you must win by any and all means possible." But solar trial wasn't exactly a war. Once the word got out that the 4 teams, 11 best geniuses ganged up on one person to injure him to prevent him from winning the trial. Would anyone really respect them? Marcus stomped his foot while Rhodey looked up at the sky and sighed deeply. They hadn't thought of this until now. Why would they? They were in a hurry all along. Now they got a breather before entering the core region, but to think of this now. I think my grandfather will only be disappointed in me. Xavier gave a self-deprecating smile. Xavier viewed his grandfather's sovereign Creo Bell as not only his target to surpass, but also his personal hero. Now, what would his hero think of him? I wanted to win the trial and limit Xander's influence on my home planet. But it seems like I only achieved the opposite effect. Marcus Karen slapped his forehead. Karen family's home planet was Jupiter. Xander family's influence extended from Earth to Mars, and now they're even trying to encroach into Jupiter. If they succeeded, Karen family would become a laughing stock in upper circles. Xavier looked at Marcus with pity. Despite looking down on Marcus, he recognized the burden the man was carrying. I'm not better. I wanted to win. You know how my Nile family is. We need to attract talent. But even if I win, all the geniuses will be attracted to Charles. Rhodey's face was drained of color. The weakest background of the 3 was Rhodey. After Pluto attack, Nile family never recovered. They still have powerhouses to maintain their strength, but the future was bleak. What they needed was not resources or influence, but geniuses. Where can you attract the best geniuses of the Federation? Solar banquet. Solar trial. But even if he won now, Rhodey was afraid he'd fail in his quest. For a while, the trio did nothing but sigh. For their own reasons, they really wanted to win. But if they won, they'd only highlight Charles's greatness. Ah. Fuck. Don't know, don't think. Let's go kick some ass. Marcus ruffled his hair and walked forward. With a begrudging sigh, Xavier followed, kicking away a precious fruit that could help level 5's progress. Rhodey looked at the strewn stuff on the ground and whispered. Our messengers will pick them up after we're gone. If only they knew their gold was stepped on by someone. Small, crystalline snowflakes rained down from the white sky. They fell on the frozen lakes, the snow-capped hills and the sheets of ice that covered the land. A snowflake fell into a cold hand. This place is full of water mana. Sarah sensed the mana in the snowflake and said. Indeed. Philia calmly nodded. Sarah squashed the snowflake and looked around with a sigh. They were currently on a hill. To be precise, 2 away from the hilltop. Even from down here, the magnificent snow palace was visible. In fact, one could see the palace even from the bottom of the mountain, almost 16 miles away. After entering the ice region, Sarah's team found the location of Snow Palace in no time. The beasts on the way weren't much of a problem. The highest was only a low level 6. They thought this mission was easier. But soon, they realized they were being naive. This mountain, and every mountain in this Snow Mountains range was filled with beasts. Most of the beasts were only level 4, but there were plenty of level 5 and even ample of level 6. There were quite a few peak level SXS as well. Initially, it didn't matter much. Despite their overall numbers, beasts on any mountain were manageable to the trio. The plan was to climb the mountain, reach the palace and kill off all the beasts in the palace before retrieving the flag. There was one problem. Just like Snow Palace, other mountains also had a building on their peaks. All these buildings were filled with beasts. It didn't matter much initially, but when the trio reached the mountain and started fighting the beasts, alarm bells went off in Sarah's mind. With her water sense, she could feel ripples of water mana from afar. The trio stopped their attack immediately and withdrew. Then they found the reason. Once a commotion occurs in the palace, it would also disturb the beasts on top of other mountains. All the buildings on the peaks were connected in a weird way that Sarah didn't understand. But she did conclude that any commotion on any of the peaks would end in only one result. A beast tide. Given their strength, they could escape, but injuries would be inevitable. In fact, if they faced beast tide, the injuries would cause their strength to plummet. If they were serious about winning, they must avoid it at all costs. So, they devised another plan. Sarah and Philia waited 2 miles down the mountain, far away from the palace. Yo! White tiger, are you a pussy? Come bit me. William's mocking voice echoed down the mountain. Shortly, the ice creaked and William appeared in the distance. Behind him was a white tiger the size of a bus. It was covered by a blue hue and pounced on William. William hurriedly pulled himself away with his mental strength and escaped the pounce. Bam! The white tiger's paw created a small pit on the ground and decreased the snow further. Sarah gripped her sword and covered herself with water mana. Her chi boiled at the same time and she kicked the ground, appearing in front of the white tiger in an instant. The beast was long aware and created an ice curtain, blocking off Sarah's sword. Caw! Caw! Small cracks formed on the ice curtain, but the white tiger had no time to care as it created an ice phoenix and countered the ice dragon from Philia. Sarah didn't give up and continued to strike. Philia's attacks were slowly going in sync with Sarah's, bringing additional burden to the beast. But the beast's woes didn't end there. It also had to counter the choking feeling around its neck with its water mana. Not just its neck, there was an invisible and unrelenting force trying to break its bones. Grar, the white tiger had to expend its mana and form a defensive layer over itself to resist the crushing force. The beast was in defensive the whole time and its instincts tried to find a way out. Only a few seconds passed since the fight began and it decided to flee. But, caw! Philia's ice dragon twisted and changed the target to the ice curtain Sarah was facing. So far, the curtain was slightly cracked by Sarah's attacks before it was repaired by the white tiger. But now, roar! The ice dragon crashed into the cracked ice curtain, completely destroying it. The white tiger snarled and sent its ice phoenix to kill Philia. At the same time, blue wings appeared on its back and it was about to escape. Stay! William yelled in a huge force descending on the white tiger, trying to hold it in place. Grow! The white tiger broke the force in an instant and kicked the ground. Flapping its wings, its feet left the ground. As it was about to escape, a white streak reached it in an instant. Shwa! Sarah swung her ice sword augmenting it with her physical strength. Thud! Gore! Ugh! The white tiger created a defensive ice layer around its neck in the last moment. But it only lasted for a split second before its head was cut down by Sarah. As the blue blood spilled like a fountain and dyed the white ground, Sarah sheathed her sword and looked at the two. Her brows knit together and she said in annoyance. William, we have a lot of work to do. She's fine. William finished inspecting Philia for injuries and sighed in relief. She's fine, but I'm still worried. Philia still had the cold expression on her face, but her lips were slightly curled up. Philia, when you used your ice dragon to attack, you put yourself in danger. He looked at her with a stern expression. Philia didn't say anything and simply lowered her head. After using the ice dragon to attack the curtain, she conjured wings and flew into the sky. But the white tiger's ice phoenix almost caught up to her. She could have dealt with it, but she'd be injured. Thankfully, William helped out in the last moment. Thinking of this, her cheeks turned red and she turned away from him. William laughed out loud and waved to them. We still got some peak level success in the palace. Let's end this quickly. His figure shot up the mountain and he began provoking another beast to chase after him. Varian said he never used any treasures to progress. I believe his words, but I'm afraid the High Awakeners are suspicious of him. Given his progress speed, they'd suspect him to be using treasures. At least Father trusts him. Sarah felt a little better, but soon, her brows knit together. Why can't you trust me too, Father? You didn't even ask me to win in the trial. I'm not the strongest, but even I have a winning chance. While her thoughts took a depressing turn, they moved to a slightly different location and waited for the next prey. Sarah blurted out. Do you like William? Huh? Philia opened her mouth in surprise. Wait, why did I do that? Sarah had no idea and attributed it to her disturbed thoughts. Philia unexpectedly admitted. Why? Sarah followed. She wasn't actually expecting Philia to answer. She was only a normal friend to Philia. Philia's cold temperament caused people to stay away from her. Sarah was almost the same. The biggest social thing she did was to be a captain of Sayara adventure team. Other than that, she spent all her time practicing. We both don't talk much. Sarah thought of her similarities with Philia. Then she added. I talk a bit with Varian, I think. But that's because we're friends, but I'm also friends with William, Dhruv and Mia. Philia's answer snapped her out of her thoughts. We were on Noik Planetoid. We were still level 5s, patrolling the borders. Sarah's face turned weird. Then the Abyssals suddenly attacked. I was seriously injured. He didn't run away, he held on to me despite the dangers and fought. Philia's eyes showed a look of nostalgia as she began describing the battles. Wait. Sarah interrupted. Not abandoning your comrades, isn't that camaraderie? Indeed, it must be followed in both military and adventure teams. That's why Varian risked his life to save everyone. Save her. Philia looked at Sarah and shrugged. Maybe. Maybe not. But it's from that moment, I think. William is a narcissist, sometimes thinks he has too much charm, and sometimes I just want to beat him up. But. Philia's cold expression melted and she smiled sweetly. I can count on him when the time comes. Isn't that the same as comrades in arms? You fight together, you trust one another, you can die for another? Sarah asked in confusion. Philia rubbed her forehead and looked at Sarah's genuinely innocent look. Weren't cold beauties like her supposed to ask these questions? Why is Sarah the one asking? How innocent can you be? Ho! Ho! Come catch me, you slithery YOLO snake. William's voice sounded from the distance. Sarah unsheathed her sword and turned towards Philia. Philia said. It can overlap with a lot of things, but it's different. You'll know when the time comes. You might as well have not answered it at all. Sarah thought but didn't ask any further. Philia's expression also changed back to her usual coldness and soon, they were facing a 10-meter-long peak level 6 beast. Under the snow palace, beasts began to fall as a slow, but inevitable massacre began, one at a time. Varian reached the vine forest. However, he didn't go fighting directly and instead asked Boo to confirm all the messengers in the area. Meanwhile, he rushed into the vine forest, avoiding the sight of messengers. He was here to learn one thing. All this time, Varian could practice his divine paths through combat. But somehow, Morpher path was sidelined. It only improved because of the injuries he had rather than him actively trying to increase it. In a sense, it was a side benefit. So, Varian wanted to fight the plant morphers here and if possible, learn more. He wanted to reach a state where he could progress in his morphed path without injuries. Thus, here he was, wearing a face mask that concealed his identity and in very common but standard clothes. Schwa. Varian spotted a small flower and observed it. The flower resembled a sunflower. It was lovely and was about 1 meter tall. Suddenly, Varian used his system's new ability to check the level of the flower. It must be a normal flower, right? Level 5. Morpher path. Fuck. Then he scanned the other plants, flowers and trees. Level 4. Morpher path, level 5. Morpher path. Level 3. Morpher path. Are you serious? He looked at their harmless appearance and asked. He kicked the ground and reached the sunflower-like flower. He bent down and was about to pluck it when the change happened. Graw. The 1-meter-tall lovely beauty turned into a hideous 5-meter-tall and 3-meter-wide man-eating flower. It opened its mouth full of barbs and tried to devour him. Die. Varian almost killed the thing, but fortunately he withdrew his strength in the last second. Boom. Yet, that strength was also high for it and the flower shook violently and Varian feared it'd be break apart. Taking a deep breath, Varian's hands transformed into large brown branches and he exuded a vibrant aura full of vitality. The man-eating flower's mouth extended and tried to bite him off. Humph. With a snort, Varian slapped the branch arms at the flower. At the same time, he observed how the man-eating flower was using its prana. For body path, he learnt this instinctively. But for morpher path, he needed to put in some effort. Plus 5 XP, plus 5 XP, after the 2 prompts, studying the flower's prana didn't give him any improvement. Varian didn't take injuries like usual, so that was it. He destroyed the flower and picked another plant. It used its leaves as projectiles and attacked him. Plus 10 XP, plus 10 XP, and then another. He continued until Boo said. Master, I've marked all messengers, their patrol locations and timings. Good. Varian nodded and checked his status. Morpher path level 4, 400/1000, plus 150. It wasn't uniform in the sense that some places had a far compact space. The more compact a space, the harder to move through it. It wasn't constant. The space tightened and loosened in periodic intervals. Even space awakeners had a hard time navigating through this region. It was because of the special creatures that lived in this region, the ones manipulating the space and also the threat to participants. There was a chain of islands in a river a short distance from the shore. In one of the islands, the 2 participants faced those threats. Roar. Caleb felt the space around him twist. Without hesitation, he teleported away. Gotcha. In the process, the twisting space caught his coat. His 6-star treasure, astral defense coat, was folded as the space around it quickly compressed. It wasn't folding in a conventional sense. It was like, the space around the coat shrunk and the coat couldn't occupy the space anymore. The stable space destabilized in a split second and his defense coat was compressed to the size of a fist. Then it burst. Like a full balloon bursting, the 6-star treasure was blown into pieces as the space blasted. My coat. Caleb cursed and glanced at the culprit standing on a tree far away. It was a huge gray worm with no eyes. Its skin was translucent and one could see the silvery blood flowing inside. Space worm. Level 6 peak. With its uncanny space sense, it blasted space and killed opponents with ease. Just like it destroyed Caleb's prized defense coat. Fucking die. Caleb's figure disappeared and he appeared on the tree top in an instant. The space worm was long gone. Before Caleb could think, he felt like his chest was crushed from both sides. He instinctively covered himself with space power and loosened the space around him. The space worm appeared on another tree top. It was very proficient in hiding its tracks while teleporting. In fact, Caleb only felt the spatial fluctuations indicating it teleported after he appeared on the tree. Die. However, he wasn't disheartened. During the time he was busy protecting his chest, he also locked down on the position of the space worm. He clenched his fist and the space around the worm suddenly tightened. The worm wriggled as it spilled out its space power and resisted his aggression. At the same time, the space behind Caleb cracked. If he didn't move in time, he'd have to face an unstable and hostile space rift. The injury would be enough to severely injure him. Tisk. Caleb cursed inwardly and teleported away. Since the space was unstable, he had to be extra careful in his teleportation. The space worm exploited this and broke his space binding, quickly teleporting away. However, got you. Caleb appeared right before the space worm and punched it. His fist was covered by solidified space as it reached for the worm. The worm wriggled and tried to teleport. But Caleb firmly solidified the space and made teleportation nigh impossible. So, the worm did the next best thing. Coo. Caleb felt like he was hitting star or as the space around his arm solidified. The space worm decided to decrease the momentum of his arm and make his attack useless. Go. Caleb already anticipated this and used his space power to loosen the space. His efforts to loosen resisted the space worm's efforts to loosen, and the resistance his arm was facing dropped. Die. Right when his fist was about to connect with the space worm, Caleb grinned. As he intended, his fist broke apart the protecting space layer of the worm and punched it into pieces. Right at that moment, massive space power fluxed out of the worm. Caleb's smile instantly disappeared as he hurriedly teleported out. He appeared a mile away, but he couldn't even stand as he kneeled on the ground, clutching his stomach. Blood spilled out onto the ground as his fingers traced a small chunk of missing flesh from his waist. Again. Caleb stood up cursing and took a 6-star healing potion. He'd have taken something more precious, but for the competition, it wasn't allowed. His bleeding stopped, but he wasn't happy. Right before its death, the space worm directed all its space power to destroy the space around him. Thankfully, he reacted in time. But it was still a bit late. If I took my time, I could have killed without any injuries. He muttered. It wasn't just his stomach that was injured, his shoulders, his arms and even his legs had multiple injuries. We don't have much time. A girl appeared in the distance and looked down at him with gray eyes. Her white clothes were now dyed in blood. Other than her multiple injuries, she also added a new injury on her shoulder. Caleb glanced at her state and grumbled. If we took another member, we wouldn't have this worry. Helia squinted her eyes and said. Not again. The next strongest is a high level 6. She'd only be a drag. Whatever. Let's end this already. Caleb waved his hand and looked up. There was a floating island a mile above. It contained a nest of space worms. Caleb and Helia worked hard since the beginning to carefully lure out and kill the space worms. If it was a normal hunting operation, they would have been fine. But the circumstances were different. The other 3 teams of Ashtarh, Sarah and Xavier all had 3 members. They would be able to get the flag quickly. Once they're done, their messengers would quickly search the other places. There's a high chance that one of the teams would come to the Twisting Islands. If Caleb and Helia fought avoiding injuries, they would take far longer. By that time, the other team would have already reached the Twisting Islands. Helia was sure she couldn't win against Ashtarh and Xavier teams. She was, however, confident in defeating Sarah's team. She had fought Sarah before and defeated her. But why is that girl who is 1 year younger than me almost as strong as me? This jealousy burned in her heart and morphed into hatred. If we take too long, the other teams will come. So, we need to get the flag as soon as possible. Helia said with disgust. Can't Caleb think of even this simple thing? Ashtarh, Xavier, you both declined to join my team. So, when I win, I want to see the look in your eyes. She gritted her teeth and thought. There's only 1 space worm left. Let's go. Her figure disappeared and she appeared on the floating island above the original island. Caleb's eyes flashed and he teleported to the flag. I got it, or at least tried to. Huh. Caleb's hand was inches away from the flag. His teleportation was off by a few inches. Impossible. he exclaimed, and the next thing he knew, he was sent flying coughing out blood. Idiot. Helia cursed and observed the space worm that just appeared beside the flag. This thing even sneak attacked upon Caleb. But why did Caleb's teleportation miss by a few inches? For his level, this was a major error. With doubts, Helia slowly took a step forward. The space seemed to have changed subtly. Is this? She took one more step. And one more. The space worm slithered close to the flag and faced the intruder. Helia didn't care about its gaze as she felt the changes in space. Finally, her eyes widened and she sighed. I see. Through her space sense, she observed some strange patterns that almost seemed random. These patterns had words written in a script close to Deva script, yet different. There were also various materials used, including precious space-related materials. The result? The closer she got to the flag, the more solidified the space became. Helia concluded that the strange patterns were formations. An ancient art of arranging items in a specific pattern to achieve desired results. Humans had limited achievements in formations. The best accomplishment being teleportation formation. And these were, space lock formation. Helia muttered as she recalled the information she read long ago. She scanned the exquisite patterns before shaking her head. Once she was aware of their existence, these formations weren't much effective on her. At most, they only affected mid-level SXS and low-level SXS. Even they wouldn't be drastically affected. At most, they'd be frozen for a moment. If Caleb had been careful, he'd have easily offset the effect. I think Ashtarh team is close to getting the flag. Helia muttered as she leisurely walked towards the flag. She wasn't a mid-level 6 and these formations literally had no use to her. If she wanted to use them in a battle, she had to set up the formation beforehand. Let our messengers pick up these scrap. If I don't do this, they'll call me stingy. Helia muttered. She didn't care if they called her stingy before. But now, if they compare her to Sarah, she didn't want to appear inferior. No. She's definitely not inferior to a girl 1 year younger than her. Caleb, let's get this over with. Helia said and clenched her fist. As she circulated her space power, she felt the tingling pain of the injuries she accumulated. The space near her fluctuated and Caleb appeared. All right. I'll follow your plan. Helia raised her hand and her space power connected her to the outside space and she quickly locked onto the space surrounding the space worm. The space worm already sensed her intention and was about to teleport. Helia gritted her teeth and clenched her fist. Stay. Caw. Caw. Helia compressed the space, almost squeezing the space worm, to which it responded by loosening the space and resisting its attack. At the same time, the space worm locked Helia's location. Helia felt the space around her twist and she instinctively teleported away. Gotcha. She heard a sound of mirrors shattering and her space sense instantly caught what was happening. The place she was previously standing was now twisting. The ground she stood at was gone and a small crater appeared in its place. Her space sense caught the fluctuations only in the last moment. As Helia was about to yell at Caleb for not attacking yet, she felt a new fluctuation behind her. Damn! She didn't even think and simply teleported away. Boom! The space worm crashed into the area she was previously standing, forming a huge crater. It covered its body with space armor and even tried to melee attack her. Caleb! Helia couldn't take it anymore and yelled. Her body was already aching from the injuries. The injuries that were closed after taking the healing potion were now split open and Helia felt a stinging pain all over. Arg! The thick, warm red liquid soaked her clothes and Helia hurriedly downed another healing potion. I was about to attack, but you stopped the space lock in the last moment. I lost it. Caleb appeared at a distance and said slowly. Bastard. Helia muttered under her breath and raised her voice. We'll do it again. Tear it to pieces. Caleb nodded and teleported again. The location he was standing was torn to pieces. The space worm wasn't a spectator. Go. Helia ignored the worsening injuries on her body and channeled all her space power. This time, she didn't hold back at all and imprisoned the space worm. Caw. Caw. The space worm struggled as it loosened the space and tried to teleport. But this time, the difficulty was far higher. Even though the injuries were beginning to affect her strength, Helia kept a tight grip on the worm. Ha! Caleb appeared right before the worm. His body gave off a silvery hue. He covered himself with solidified space which acted as both an offensive and a defensive, the space armor. Without stopping, he punched out at the space worm. His fist was about to touch the solidified space imprisoning the worm. If it happened, he would destroy the solid space and instead help the worm escape. So right then, Helia withdrew her space power. Caleb suddenly felt like his fist entered a very loose space and his fist's speed skyrocketed. Until then, Space Worm was resisting Helia's tightening of the space. So, it was loosening the space. When Helia suddenly let go, all that was left was Space Worm created loose space. Thus, Caleb's fist reached its body in no time and destroyed it into two. And at its last moment, its space power spewed out blasting Caleb and Helia into the distance. Fucking. Helia gripped her chest and felt the heavy pain from her lungs. Space worms made a desperate attack right before dying. That is, they always reserved a good chunk of their space power to teleport when faced with a life-threatening fight. Most of the times, they teleported in the last moment and survived. But when they couldn't, they would use that space power to launch the final strike. This made space worms much easier to be killed, but the price was taking their final blow. These final blows were also the reason for Helia's and Caleb's injuries. Helia blocked off the wound with her space power and didn't allow any bleeding. After some time, the wound would be closed. Her injury would heal after some time. But these injuries make us even weaker than Sarah team, Helia said in a sorrowful tone. In her opinion, this was as low as they could go. I dunno. Aren't they stronger than us from the start? Caleb shrugged and threw an object at her. Here, the flag. Helia caught it and carefully felt its texture. She ignored Caleb's comment on Sarah's team. Now, follow the plan, she said and teleported down. After finding a normal mountain on the island, she teleported to a cave and sat cross-legged. Let's recover. With our current strength, we can't fight for the 5th or 6th flags. Once they fought it out, we'll join, she said and took out a small spacquart and aura crystal. But wouldn't they suspect and check the islands? Caleb appeared at a distance from her and sat down. No one would think we stayed in the same island after getting the flag. In their opinion, we would be out there, searching for other flags or sneaking behind other teams. Helia explained. Staying here while others fight for flags might seem stupid, but let them fight and once we recover, we can sneak attack and grab all the flags. Her eyes shone and she clenched her fists. What if a team wants to check on us? Caleb asked again. He was nervous, all right? Helia paused for a moment and her eyes narrowed. I don't think any team will check on us. By the time they've fought for the 5th and 6th flags, we'd have already left. Silence filled the twisted islands as the two focused on recovery. This great forest housed many beasts and plants. The plants were all in the plantimorpher. That is, they could transform into another, higher version of their species. The beasts were all beast morphers. They too could morph into a higher species above them in the evolutionary ladder. For instance, a snake could morph into a half-dragon. An ape could transform into a titan ape. A bird could transform into a half-phoenix. A horse could morph into a unicorn and so on. The same went for plants, and their deadly combination certainly didn't make for a safe environment. Unlike other areas that had relatively safe outer areas and more dangerous inner areas, Vine Forest was dangerous all over. In fact, due to the continuous movements of plants and beasts, its dangers were unknown. A place could be safe enough for level 4s to enter and hunt. But all of a sudden, a peak level 6 beast could come out and slaughter everything. To enter this forest, one should not only be strong enough, but also be alert all the times. With his strength, the vine forest would have been a cakewalk for Charles. But right now, he was hiding his aura and holding his breath in a tree hollow. There were injuries all over his body. However, the bleeding has long stopped. And the injuries themselves went from very severe to bearable. That didn't mean he recovered his combat power. Charles was still weak. I was careless. He lowered his head and thought back to the event. The siege, their cooperation, and his escape. With each thought, his fists tightened. His green eyes were hidden behind his noble blonde hair, now a mess with twigs, leaves and dust. Every time he recalled his escape, his eyes shone with intense green light. I will not make the same mistake again. He closed his eyes and affirmed to himself. If the opposite party was abyssals, then Charles would have died. I can't win against numbers. He gritted his teeth. Was that the truth? No. He was unwilling to accept that as a fact. Numbers mean nothing. I am just not strong enough. If I am a sovereign and they're level 9s, would their numbers matter? The moment he asked that question, Charles's mind cooled down. Yes. Once his strength crossed a threshold, it could no longer be confronted by weaker enemies. Charles took out an emerald-colored fruit and ate in a bite. This was one of the many healing treasures he found inside the vine forest. The fruit melted and he felt a coolness in his injuries. They were slowly healing. I can hide from them, but that way, I won't win. Charles would never accept that result. He needed to win. It wasn't just his choice. It was his obligation. As the most talented human of the Federation, he needed to set the standards. That was what he believed and adhered to. He opened his calm and searched for the healing treasures inside the vine forest. Most of them were of no use. The few that were very effective needed him to fight very strong enemies. He could have slaughtered them in the past. He could kill them even now, but then he would risk exposing his position to the messengers. The messengers of the 4 teams were cautiously scouting in the vine forest. They lost his trail, but they did know the approximate circle he was in. Of course, none of them even tried to attack him. They didn't even see him. They just kept following his traces. With his injuries, Charles had no way of completely hiding his tracks. Annoying flies. Charles wanted to slap them into oblivion. If not for them, he'd be free to hunt and gain healing treasures. But he couldn't eliminate them. Once their teams learned that he was actively hunting, then might judge that he has recovered enough strength and would besiege him again. Charles didn't want to repeat his mistake. Thus, so far, he didn't make any big battles and laid low. But this wouldn't work forever. Charles racked his brain. But he couldn't find any solution. He somehow needed to heal enough so that he can fight others and snatch the flags. He could still deal one desperate blow to eliminate one of them. At least for that reason, come to this place at last. By then, I'd have recovered. He thought, but didn't plan to sit by. Charles stood up and stretched his body. He sneaked out of the hollow and cautiously wandered through the forest. He sensed messengers at the edge of his perception range. They couldn't sense him, however. Go. Charles kicked the ground and shot forward. As he ventured a few miles into the forest, his senses suddenly alerted him. Charles rolled down and quickly glanced back at his previous position. Boom! A huge violet branch slapped the ground, creating a huge crater. Its host, the tall violet tree, sensed its prey had escaped. Its huge body shook and it whipped him with another branch, and at the same time, the first branch also followed. Charles gritted his teeth and flipped back, narrowly avoiding the branches that passed just above his head and below his feet. But the tree didn't stop and continued to attack him. Charles managed to avoid any serious injuries, but he looked more and more dirty. With torn clothes, disheveled hair and body with soil, dust and blood, he looked like a beggar. High level 6, TSK. Charles felt a burning rage in his chest. He could slap away even peak level success, but now he was forced into such a state by this weakling. Die. He transformed into the werewolf form and caught the 2 branches. With a snort, he pulled the branches, uprooting the tree in the process. Paw. With a punch, he blew the tree into pieces. I should keep going. Shaking his head, Charles decided to hunt for another healing treasure. There he is. A loud voice interrupted him and Charles's eyes narrowed at the sudden arrival of the young men and women. Whatever they find would be theirs. So, every messenger would do their job, but they'd also hope that the teams clear off the areas quickly so that they could go and pick up the treasures. If a messenger was eliminated, the teams weren't responsible. They knew what they were signing up for. Thus, every messenger tried to be as safe as possible while scouting. So, why the fuck did these people come? What's their confidence? Beat him. Slap him. Arrogant bastard. You're already so injured, we'll beat you up. One by one, be it a man or a woman, cursed Charles with red eyes and shot at him. Their eyes were filled with rage and they looked like they couldn't bear to kill him. Wait, what? Charles was taken aback. Are they idiots? Even though he was severely injured, did they really think these pitiful peak level 5s had any chance against him? Charles's face turned gloomy and he raised his hand. With a light force, he slapped at the insects. Boom! Just one punch, and everyone was sent flying. Out of the 5 messengers, 3 were directly eliminated. The other 2 looked at Charles in horror, but their eyes were still red in rage. Kill! Kill! As they muttered, 10 more messengers reached them. Other regions only had a few messengers, but since Charles entered this region had the most messengers after Laden Burrows. What the fuck is going on? Charles found this weird. Their hatred, their anger, it was all too intense. Work together. Eliminate him. The messengers, regardless of their team, grouped together and fought him. Space blasts, ice spears, heavy punches. They used everything in their arsenal, but in 10 seconds, except for one, they all laid on the ground. Their injuries were growing serious with each passing second and they'd eliminated soon. The last man standing looked at Charles and growled. Damn you bastard. You must die. Tell me, what are your team's instructions? Charles asked with a chilly voice. What the fuck were they trying to pull? Team, team, team. The young man muttered and his eyes suddenly lit up. At the same time, the ones lying on the ground also seemed to have thought of something and opened their mouth. Senior Ashtarh, Charles Xander has mostly recovered from his injury. Hurry up and attack him. Senior Philia, the situation here is Charles. Sir Xander, important. One by one, every messenger that could spoke about Charles. Only the first one finished his words while the rest never got the chance as Charles's hand slapped them away, instantly eliminating them. With all the messengers eliminated, Charles stood rooted on the spot, his eyes shaking violently as he muttered. What's going on? He didn't understand their motives, but he surely knew the consequences of their actions. Even though only Ashtarh team knew the full message, the other teams also heard his name, and with their subsequent elimination, the teams could guess what happened. I'm screwed. Charles muttered. I can't do anything now. Once they come, I'll be eliminated. Wait. Charles turned to his right and glanced at the core area of the vine forest. The region that held the flag. He hesitated for a moment before his eyes flashed for a moment. Boom. He shot towards the core area. Even though he knew what he was going to do next, he still didn't know why the messengers suddenly went berserk. Only one person knew. 10 minutes ago, Varian reached the vine forest. Using his space and body powers, he concealed himself and located all the messengers. After confirming with Boo that it was all, he sneaked behind each one of them, and knocked them out one by one. Then he used the vengeance flowers on them. Their inherent property was to push a person into rage. By guiding them with his mental power, Varian assigned the target of this rage. Charles Xander. Then, he was about to ask Boo to find his location and let the messengers chase him. That was unnecessary as he sensed Charles' aura in the distance. He left and the messengers soon woke up. Their minds were foggy and they didn't think straight. All they felt was rage. They sensed his aura and rushed towards him. Charles would have never thought that this was the intrusion of a third party. His guess was that the teams wanted an excuse to deal with him. Or some of these messengers hated him deeply. For whatever reasons, they decided to eliminate him. Perhaps they promised some other benefits to the messengers to let them check his combat power. Whatever the reason, Charles concluded they were coming for him. And not just one team, but all of them. What is he going to do? Enter the core area and get the flag? Varian leaned on a tree and tapped his chin. With his condition, it was impossible. Well, whatever. It doesn't affect my plan much. He shrugged. None of the messengers knew where Charles went after his attack. So, messengers from other regions would come to check the situation. Given the fact that Charles didn't hide his traces when he rushed to the core area, they'd find where he'd gone. But there was no telling if he'd return from the core area and attack the messengers again. That's all I need. Varian grinned. An excuse to get rid of some messengers. Now then, there's some time before messengers from other regions arrive. How about I use it properly, eh? He chuckled and dashed towards a strong aura. Along the way, he dodged the attacks from various plants, beasts, and birds with ease. Finally, he faced the prey he picked. Tisk, tsk. I have a fate with rabbits. Looking at the low-level six-horned rabbit, Varian laughed out loud. Body path, enhanced, level 5, 1930/2000, it was time. Individually, both the griffins and the knights were weaker than them. The only real threat was the golden circle the griffins conjured. 5 thunder knights and griffins formed a group and poured their lightning mana into a special circle. It was close to formation, but not quite it. Perhaps it was a lost art, but regardless, the strength of the golden circles was the only threat they faced. The golden lightning produced by the circles was almost equivalent to Charles's attack at his peak. During the banquet, Ashtarh took Charles's punch, and he wasn't using his full strength. Despite that, Ashtarh was blown away with broken bones and torn muscles. So, neither Ashtarh nor Mysa even tried to block the golden lightning. Instead, they prevented it. Since every golden circle needed a group of 5 griffins, they obstructed in time and used that gap to kill off the griffins. Of course, Thunder Knights protected griffins, or tried to. With the deadly combination of a very agile Space Awakener and a very powerful controller who easily increased any stat he wanted, they were suppressed. One by one, their numbness dwindled. Mysa. The 4th one. Ashtarh yelled as he kicked the air. The sheer pressure from his kick propelled him up in midair and he shot towards the 4th closest griffin. Got it. Mysa replied from a distance and waved her hand. Her space power, more powerful than Caleb and Helia, easily solidified the space around the other 4 griffins. Of course, the combined might of the Thunder Knights and griffins was no joke. They broke the imprisonment in a less than half a second. But that was enough for Ashtarh. His fist already broke the helmet of the Thunder Knight and crushed its skull, while his leg broke the lightning armor of the griffin and split it into halves. Great! Now they can't make the golden circle anymore. Mysa said and her lips curled upwards. Ashtarh, get out. I want to fight them all. She yelled in excitement. Fine. Ashtarh looked at her and shook his head. As he was in mid-air, he was already falling. He was almost 3 miles above the ground. If he fell from this height, by the time he reached the ground, he'd cross the supersonic speed, that is, he'd travel faster than sound. He'd survive the impact, but he'd be badly injured. Thankfully, he had better options. Ashtarh flipped in the air and kicked. The wind was compressed and in response, it pushed him down. In a few seconds, Ashtarh was close to the ground. He flipped again and kicked the ground, twice this time. The wind pushed him up again and decreased his descent speed. Ashtarh landed safely without any injuries. But the impact of his kick broke the ground and cracked it open. He glanced up at the sky and saw flashing golden light as well as a disappearing and reappearing girl in purple dress. Ha ha ha. Yes. Fight. Ashtarh wished his controller power had an option to reduce stats. Now, he really wanted to reduce his hearing. She's enjoying the fight too much. Shaking his head, he glanced at the shrine and his figure blurred. He glanced at the golden door with the mystic cravings, and snorted. Devis, he didn't like them. In fact, he hated them. Humans considered Devis as good, Ashtarh too. Until his mother's death. She was a level 7 and also a planetoid base's commander. Even before the fall of Pluto, she was busy most of the time. The only times Ashtarh saw her was on the front lines. She'd show him the battlefield, the loss of life and the bravery of soldiers. He had a vivid memory of a conversation. He was 8 years old and lost his father. His mother took him to the planetoid where he served. Her eyes were red and swollen, yet she said with a weak, but proud smile. Your father is a brave man. He sacrificed himself to save a planetoid from falling into Abyssal's clutches. But mother, is this lifeless planetoid more important than my father's life? Little Ashtarh asked. No, Ash. This planetoid isn't lifeless. It is a shield. It is what prevents Abyssals from attacking our Neptune. So this is the shield to all Neptune lives? It is one of the shields to 7 billion people. There are many hundreds of shields. But there are so many shields. I only have one father. She paused and turned around. Little Ashtarh saw her shoulders tremble and heard some choked sounds. Mother, what happened? He asked naively. She turned around and knelt down to reach his eye level. She cupped his cheeks and said, if your father didn't save that one shield, millions, lots and lots of kids, just like you, would lose their fathers. Little Ashtarh opened his mouth, but couldn't speak. He understood what she was saying, but he was still sad and angry. Why must it be my father? There are so many fathers. Because your father is a soldier. We live to protect. Ashtarh grew up with these words as his mantra. Yet, a small part of him wished for another reality. What if Aura was never sealed? None of this would have happened. It was a stupid thought. He knew it too. Perhaps if Aura was never sealed, he'd never exist in the first place. But, what if humanity had a reality where Aura was never sealed? Then they'd surely be stronger than the Abyssals. All this death and destruction could be prevented. Perhaps it was just the obsession of a child, but Ashtarh hated Devis. Boss. Tiama's voice snapped Ashtarh out of his thoughts. He looked into the shrine and saw the corpses of 6 six-tailed foxes. There was also a pungent smell in the air that he was too familiar with. The smell of rotten flesh. I missed the fresh air. He muttered and saw Tiama holding a map and walking in a strange pattern. He took 3 steps right, 2 steps back and 1 step left, and 5 steps front. Anne. What are you doing? Ashtarh asked in confusion. Check the ground. Tiama answered and continued his strange walking. Huh. Tiama heightened his perception and glanced at the ground. It was a sleek white floor that just looked clean, except for the strange golden orbs placed all over. Each orb had several lines extending out of it, and these lines intersected and entangled with the lines of other orbs, forming strange patterns. Ashtarh could feel a strong force in the orbs. Of course, it posed no threat to him, but to weaker people. Boss, after I retrieved the map, this appeared. The orbs are called as Lightning Fury. Ah. But they don't pose a threat to you, do they? The best they can do is injure mid-level 6. Ashtarh said and paused. Oh, so you're trying not to trigger them. You're leaving them for messengers, huh? Indeed. They're only level 5s, and even if they advance, as low-level SXS, they'd have means to threaten mid-level SXS. Hee hee. We need to reward our messengers properly. Tiama and Ashtarh grew up in the military. They were guided by the seniors and received a lot of help. In fact, everyone living on the front lines developed a sense of camaraderie. Everyone tried to help as much they could. You never know if a small help you gave to a person could save his or her life tomorrow. Having received the kindness, Ashtarh and Tiama wanted to continue the tradition. That's also the reason they tried to not let their battles destroy some precious treasures that could be useful for level 5s. Like weapons, defenses, etc. Lightning Fury was the best one of all those treasures. Ashtarh nodded in agreement and asked. Do you want to retrieve and give it to them? Nah. Let them do it themselves. It'll just take some time. Tiama waved his hand and said. It was quite simple to retrieve a Lightning Fury, so it's equivalent to giving them away for free. Oh yeah, where is she? Tiama walked out of the shrine and handed the flag to Ashtarh. She. Haha. Fight. Hey. Hey. Don't die. Woo, Griffin. Griffin. Wake up. I won't crush your heart to pieces anymore. A sweet voice sounded from the sky. Ashtarh and Tiama looked at each other and shook their heads. Misa looked fine most of the time. Perhaps it was all a disguise. Perhaps she was just a fight maniac. They cautiously walked over and looked into the lake. At its bottom was the flag. The eyes of the trio lit up and Marcus was about to jump in. Rhodey pulled him back and said. Xavier, check if there's anything fishy. Xavier nodded and his brown eyes flashed. After a while, he said with a bewildered expression. Everything is normal. There are no enemies. Not even an extra mental force. Marcus and Rhodey were also taken back. Rhodey fell into thinking while Marcus simply jumped into the lake and dived in. Hey! We still don't know if it's safe. Rhodey yelled. Come up. Idiot. Xavier crossed his arms and sneered. Marcus caught the flag and climbed out of the lake. Waving the flag to the shocked guys, he chuckled. What do you say now? Die. Huh? Marcus was taken aback and instinctively wanted to create a fire shield to protect himself. But suddenly, his brain ached and he almost lost control of his body. Fuck. 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 He yelled inside and barely managed to cover himself with a firewall. Right then, Rhodey Nile appeared in front of him and punched him in the gut. The hastily conjured shield couldn't withstand his strength and instantly broke. Just as Rhodey's fist was about to connect to his stomach, Marcus' body flashed red and another protective layer was formed on his body. It still couldn't stop Rhodey's fist, but it managed to offset the impact before his fist finally connected with Marcus. Gotcha. Marcus felt like he was hit by a truck and flew back, crashing into a rock he didn't notice in the core area before. Arg. His back ached and his entire body followed. Even as he tried to move, his bones creaked and made snapping sounds. He gritted his teeth and channeled his fire mana, but before he could do anything, he clutched his head and coughed out blood. Arg. Xavier. Stop messing with my head. Marcus cursed as he created a pair of fire wings and flapped them. He decided to create distance from Xavier, even if it meant fleeing the core area. He was too injured. He could face off Xavier alone, but not with Rhodey. But before he could even rise into the air, a figure flashed in front of him and smashed at his chest. Damn! Marcus hurriedly channeled his fire mana in an attempt to block off the attack. But the interfering mental power slowed him down. As a result, the protective fire wall that could block off the complete attack faltered and Marcus felt an enormous impact on his chest. Cough. 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 He was sent flying once again, spewing blood into the air, mixed with parts of internal organs. His mind raced as he tried to find a way out. But the stinging pain in his head stalled his thoughts and Rhodey appeared above him with a raised arm. He was aiming for a finishing shot. Wait, why? Marcus' mind flashed and he suddenly asked. Then he suddenly breathed out and sighed. Rhodey and Xavier would never try to kill him. At least, not here. Then the only reason this was happening was because. Marcus closed his eyes and focused on his fire sense. The pain in his mind didn't stop, and Rhodey didn't pause either. His fist punched through Marcus' chest and tore a big hole. The searing pain coursed through his body and caused him to spasm involuntarily. However, Marcus focused his fire sense and finally felt an abnormality. Then, like a mirror cracking, the world in front of him crumbled and darkness swallowed everything. As he tried to break through the darkness, he heard two voices. He is waking up. Oh. He's an idiot anyway. Can't believe people compare him to the likes of Ashtarh and me. He can be a bit impulsive at times, but he's a good fighter in frontal combat. Impulsive? Is that your euphemism for brainless? Whatever. But we live in a world where only kind of fight matters. The fight to kill your opponent before he can kill you. Frontal combat like we have in duels? Give me a break. Only school kids believe real-life fights are like that. Marcus is probably a kid, eh? I'm not a kid. Marcus opened his eyes and yelled. His fire sense already informed him of his surroundings. He was lying on the green grass of the core area, a few meters away from the lake while Rhodey and Xavier were talking. Xavier held the flag and chatted with nonchalantly while Rhodey smiled from time to time. Their topic turned to him and he woke up at that time. His scream attracted their attention and Rhodey Nile appeared in front of him and crouched down. Are you Alriga? Marcus instinctively used his fire mana and slid away, surprising Rhodey. Xavier said with a boring expression. Must be related to the illusion he saw. Probably he was fighting you and also me, I guess. For him to react this way, he must have gotten a good beating. Marcus heard his words and balled his fists. Standing back on his feet, he looked at Rhodey and asked. What happened to me? Rhodey looked at Xavier who nodded helplessly. Xavier told us that he found traces of illusion formations, but you still jumped in. Wait, what? Marcus stood up with a severe headache and asked. After you asked Charles about the lake, he said the lake is dangerous. But right then, you were in an illusion and the illusion said it's safe. So you went in. Rhodey explained patiently. Ah. So that's why I didn't feel it was odd. Marcus felt his body. It was drenched in sweat and his heart was racing at an insane rate. The longer he stayed in that illusion, the more dangerous it was to his real body. Who is the culprit? He asked, clenching his fist. Whoever you are, you made a fool out of me. I'll torture you. This guy. Rhodey kicked his feet and only then did Marcus observe a rather translucent snake on the ground. It had no signs of vitality anymore. The only one who can kill it like this was Xavier. Xavier looked at the snake and shook his head. It used the illusion formations and charged them with its mental power. He pointed to the small patterns in the now empty lake. With various materials, herbs and others, there were at least 20 formations at the bottom of the lake. An illusion formation wouldn't work against you. It can barely affect mid-level SXS. But its ideal target is low-level 6. Even then, it needs to be set up beforehand. But the illusion snake used 20 illusion formations at once and managed to fool you. Xavier explained calmly. Anyway, thanks you taking brunt of the snake's attacks, we cleared this stage far more quickly. I'm afraid we're the quickest team to get the flag. Your injuries are well worth it. At the end of his words, he smiled. Marcus lowered his head and raised his hand. A fire spear was quickly condensed and he was about to throw it to the formations. Act like an adult. We promised our messengers these rewards. Xavier said slowly. You, humph. Marcus took a fighting posture against Xavier, but realizing that the other party wasn't trying to fight, he snorted and crossed his arms. We got the flag, now what? Marcus' calm rang right then. Senior, Charles Xander has, beep. The trio suddenly fell silent. Hi. Hi. The horned rabbit squeaked and a red hue covered its body. Its small body was now replaced by a large body rivaling that of a house. The horned rabbit was long gone and a majestic unicorn took its place. But you only have a horn in common. Varian complained, but the unicorn didn't listen. It flapped its wings and appeared in front of Varian in an instant and kicked him hard. Varian crossed his arms to block off the attack while he also covered himself with space armor and lightning armor. But, gotcha! Boom! His defense broke in an instant and the unicorn's hoofs hit him in the chest. Varian's body was thrown down at a high speed and crashed into the ground, creating a deep human-shaped crater. The unicorn floated in the sky as it looked down at its prey. In its opinion, a level 5 would be seriously injured or even die with that attack. Ow! That's seriously hurt. Varian climbed out of the crater and muttered in annoyance. Plus 10 XP, body, enhanced, level 5, 2000, advancing. Varian felt the chi in his body rise. It wasn't the biggest change, however. His chi was now in a much greater harmony with his body cells. It still couldn't enter them, but by covering them, it protected, nurtured and improved them. Body, enhanced, level 60/4000, yes. Varian yelled and clenched his fists. Boom! Boom! Just his simple action blasted the air away and the surroundings shook at the shockwaves produced by the air blasts. Varian felt a new level of power. Finally level 6. He grinned and sidestepped. Jorh. Boom. The unicorn tried to sneak attack on him, but didn't expect him to react swiftly. So, it ended up crashing into the ground. Varian didn't give it any chance and appeared above its body. Nay. The unicorn tried to struggle, but a single kick to the neck silenced it forever. Varian took its corpse into his space ring and glanced at the surroundings. Small craters, blood of the unicorn and of course, his blood. Boo, remove the traces. After 2 minutes, the location showed no signs that level SXS fought here. Varian nodded in satisfaction and left. Shortly after he did, messengers from the other regions started pouring in. Snow Mountains, Ice Region. Varian entered the area and soon, he found his target. A blue-haired young man who kept a vigilant watch over his surroundings. The messenger of Ashtarh team. At the moment, he knew about Charles going on a rampage and eliminating the messengers. For that very reason, most of the messengers in this region also went to Vine Forest. That meant the current messengers were extremely stretched out. Still, it's better than going to the Vine Forest. Who knows if that guy suddenly appears and eliminates me? He thought as he patted his chest. Anyway, Team Sarah should be almost done by now, wah. He muttered while walking when the surroundings suddenly went dark. The next moment, he lost his consciousness. Varian sent a message through his comm and eliminated him. Almost done. I should hurry up. Varian's brows knit together and his body blurred. He reached the Snow Mountains and climbed a mountain with the weakest monsters. Carefully concealing his breath, he reached the peak of the mountain and saw a large blue building. It was smaller than the snow palace that Sarah's team was facing, but it was large nonetheless. Varian carefully buried near the building thunder dynamites and slipped away. Before he did, he set the timing of their explosion. It was a small feature of the dynamites. But once the time was set, it couldn't be changed. I hope I'm not too off. He muttered and disappeared. Sarah's team was only a few peaks away. Twisted islands, twisted region, damn. Did he really think he can do whatever he wants? Ari paced around as she thought back to the news a few minutes ago. Charles. Arg. Bastard. Attacking level 5s, that shows what you're made of. She said with a mocking tone, yet it couldn't hide the annoyance in her voice. Varian challenged her in the banquet. She underestimated him and lost. It was a huge wound to her pride. As the younger sister of Ashtarh, she always aimed for the best. Just like her brother. But now, someone a year younger suddenly popped up and defeated her. She really felt mad. Maybe he used excess treasures to advance? Right. Could be it. She told herself. Indeed, not just her, but many High Awakeners held the same opinion on Varian. But given the fact that Evander was his master, he wouldn't commit such a low-level mistake. Evander knew clearly that forcibly advancing with treasures would only curb Varian's potential and perhaps cut off his future path. But then, why is he so strong? Ari stomped her feet before glancing at the central island. She didn't see any movement from Helia and Caleb. But she didn't think they were on the island either. Given their space powers, they could have teleported sneakily and left for other regions already. But given that she was only a peak level 5, she wouldn't be able to spot a peak level 6 Space Awakener leaving. Not just her, but none of the messengers would know where she went. Even though Ashtarh thought the same, he asked her to stay on the island and after some time, pick up the treasures. Would it be easy? Well, she and her side would have to fight with Helia's messenger team. But the treasures were worth it. Barring the treasures that increased one's level with side effects, there could be weapons, shield charms, formations and more. As she was thinking of her harvest, her breath suddenly halted and she glanced at a figure in the distance. He. She gulped and checked her calm, realizing that no one else noticed him. What is he doing here? Is he also a messenger? Shouldn't be. Ari thought as she captured Varian's movements in her mental sense. Whatever the reason, I will defeat him and avenge myself. She clenched her fist and covered herself with her mind power. She shot towards Varian at a great speed and was just a few meters away from him. She waved her hand and created a huge sword with mental power. But before she could swing it, she saw Varian turning around. All she was his deep, pitch-black eyes. They looked at her with the eye of a predator. Her body went cold as she shivered uncontrollably. The next thing she knew, everything went blank. Varian glanced towards the central island and thought back to the report. Helia. Proud. But secretly, she's shrewd. Not many people knew that she molded public opinion and used it to destroy her opponents. A very cautious person. But she also looks down on people she considers inferior. Inferiority complex. In the banquet, she spoke against Sarah on multiple occasions and her words reveal her jealousy. Well, why do I want to beat her up? Varian muttered. Since the fighting ended long ago, everyone will think she left. But she's still on the island. The ring on his finger disappeared and reappeared after a few seconds. You're right, Master. She and Caleb are both on the Central Islands. Uh-oh. Varian nodded. Now I should push Helia team out of the islands. After a bit of thought, he once again tapped on Ari's comm. The message was addressed towards her peers in the island. Important. Surround the island. Then he also typed a message to Ashtarh. I was in the middle of something, but I found traces of blood outside the islands. Helia team has left the islands. I'm going to Vine Forest and check on Charles. After the message, Varian raised his hand and punched down. His fist was just above Ari's face when a silver light flashed and she was eliminated. Varian's body blurred and he appeared outside the central island. But now, his face and clothes changed. He deliberately used a common disguise mask available on the market. To anyone who saw him from the distance, they only saw Ari. This sucks. Varian complained inwardly, but he entered the central islands where Helia and Caleb were staying. He already knew Helia's location through Boo. But even without Boo, his level 6 senses could trace them. So, he walked closer to the mountain and said into his calm, Surround the island. We got info that Helia team is still inside. Our team is on the way to islands. If they try to escape, buy time. Even if you're eliminated trying to buy time, you'll be compensated and even rewarded. Ari's voice sounded from the top of a mountain. Then the same voice turned low. Brother, eliminate this bitch. She really thinks anyone can't guess her plan. Bitch? Me? You whore. Helia gritted her teeth and cursed. She was alerted when she felt a presence at the edge of her space sense. So, she spied on and heard Ari's voice. The person speaking was a bit away from her space sense, but listening to the last words, she knew it was Ari. But Helia knew her priorities. How did Ashtarh know? Is he really coming? Her brows knit together as she felt cold sweat rolling down her forehead. She teleported to a remote location in the borders of the island and spread her space sense once again. She saw messengers surrounding the island wielding their weapons while maintaining a sacrificial expression. They're ready to sacrifice themselves and buy Ashtarh time? Helia's mind spun and she clenched her fists. She tapped her comm and asked the messenger in Thunder Plains. Any movements? Shortly, a reply came. No. But the noise cleared. They likely got the flag and are resting. They'll set out soon. The response didn't say that Ashtarh team was coming to her. But Helia was still uneasy. If Ashtarh really tried to attack her, wouldn't he hide his tracks? How could her messengers find it? Before she knew it, her palms were sweaty and she felt her throat go dry. No. No. Don't panic. She took a calming potion and thought once again. There's a chance that this is a bluff. Ashtarh isn't coming at all. There's also a chance that he's coming, and since it's Ari who personally came to inspect the island, he's most likely coming. Helia looked at the location Ari previously was at. She was long gone. But she could vaguely perceive that Ari was searching other caves, underground tunnels in the island. I'd better pick the safer option. I must leave this place. She decided. Despite her injuries, if she was careful, she could leave without alerting anyone. Then, not only would she buy herself time, she'd also fool Ashtarh into wasting theirs. All right. It's decided. She teleported back to the cave and informed Caleb, who was still in the midst of recovery. Get up. We're going. Huh? Why? Isn't it your plan to stay here? He asked in confusion. In short, Ashtarh is coming and we must move. Move, but where? Helia thought for a second and answered. Ice region. Ice region. Varian said with confidence. Huh, but why would she go there? Boo asked. Just think about it. Because she's too cautious, she decided to leave. Thunder Regions has Ashtarh. She still can't be sure if everything was bluff. So, she won't go there risking an encounter with Ashtarh. Psychedelic Region has Xavier. They could have got the flag already or are still in the process. Going there is also risky. Vine Forest, she also got the message that Charles attacked the messengers. She must be scared to even try. But what about the other region? Laden Burrows? No team picked that place in the beginning. Exactly. There's a good chance that a team that got their first flag would go to that location. And if that team would either be Ashtarh's or Xavier's. Both are once again dangerous in her opinion. Varian explained. So, she's picking the weakest team? Indeed. In her opinion, it'd be best if Sarah won the flag and left the region. But even if Sarah was still present, she was confident in winning Sarah's team. He laid bare Helia's thought process. But isn't she looking down on Sarah's team too much? Varian shrugged. Isn't everyone looking down on him too? While they were speaking, Helia and Caleb teleported out of the island silently. No messenger noticed this and they still surrounded the island. Trash. Helia sneered in contempt and left the twisting islands. Her target, Ice Region. Master, she left. Boo informed. Oh. Varian nodded and quickly teleported to the floating island. There were colorful structures all over the island and one conscious corpse of a worm-like creature in the middle. This location has space lock formations, right? Where are they? He spread his space sense and soon found the space lock formations. I just need one. With Boo's help, he carefully dismantled a formation and stored it. As he was about to leave, Boo suddenly said, Master, my space subsystems found a good treasure. Huh? There's a special mechanism in the middle. Varian followed Boo's instructions and walked to the middle of the island. The space lock formations acted on him and solidified the space around him. But as a level 6, he didn't face much difficulty. He saw a small platform emanating an ancient aura. This is where the flag was previously present. He observed. Place your hand on it and channel your space power. Varian did. But soon, his face changed and he said, Boo, this thing is sucking up everything. My space power will be drained. I still need it for the next missions. Relax, Master. It'll be all right. Why do you think the space worms made a nest here? Varian's eyes widened. You mean? Yes. Varian gritted his teeth and held on. And when the last bit of his space power was sucked up, the platform burst into a silver light and enveloped Varian. It's a special spatial blessing. It can improve your space path without any side effects. If not for my space system, I wouldn't have noticed this either. But now, enjoy the harvest. Plus 10 XP, plus 10 XP. Plus 10 XP, space path level 4, 1000, advancing. Space path level 50/2000, plus 10 XP, plus 10 XP. Wow. Varian thought it'd stop after he reached level 5. But he underestimated the treasure here. As Varian smiled brightly, the silver light slowly disappeared. Space path level 5, 1200/2000, insane. He muttered. Not insane, Master. This is the core treasure that level 6 space worms use daily. Varian nodded his head and checked his calm. 1.5 minutes passed. Crap. We need to get going. His body blurred and he appeared far away. Combining his body and space powers, none of the messengers spotted him. Her yell calmed down the chattering ground and turned their attention to her. It was only then that Ari realized she was in the banquet hall, sitting in a rather cozy chair. What happened, Ari? Why did you yell that boy's name? You aren't injured, but how eliminated you? Ari's mind went blank at the word eliminated. Eliminated? I was eliminated? She muttered like she lost her soul and collapsed back onto the chair. The proud genius, the sister of Ashtarh, was eliminated just like that? Suddenly, she recalled the last face she saw. She balled her fists and her nails dug into her palms, and blood slowly dripped on the chair. Ari, calm down. A young woman grabbed her shoulders and shook her lightly. Ari looked at Princess Hua and sighed deeply. Thanks for your concern. She said. No worries. Princess Hua waved her hand and sat in front of her. It's okay. Things happen sometimes. Don't be depressed. Being defeated by the same person twice? And the second time, I couldn't even fight back. Ari fell silent. Is this his true strength? If he's so strong, then what right do I have to be proud? Ari, can you explain what happened? Princess Hua asked, snapping her out of her thoughts. Yes. Ari also noticed that the High Awakeners were also looking in her direction. Particularly, the High Awakeners of Neptune. She felt ashamed for a moment before sighing inwardly and explaining the incident. Strange. Princess Hua muttered. Indeed. He's very strong. Ari nodded. Not his strength, but what is Varian doing there? Princess Hua knit her brows and muttered. The moment Varian's name came out of her mouth, the High Awakeners of Earth perked up their ears. Isn't he a messenger of Sarah's team? Ari asked. That much was obvious, but then, why was Princess Hua asked that question? We have a list of all messengers. He's not anyone's messenger. Princess Hua said, causing Ari to widen her eyes. Then what the? Besides, Princess Hua cut her off. I've seen his interactions with Sarah, William and other level SXS from Earth. When talking to them, he didn't act like he was weaker or inferior. He talked to them on an equal standing. Forget Sarah, he might be friends with her. But what about Dhruv and Mia? He didn't show any nervousness when talking to them. Such a person, would he act as a messenger to anyone? Ari fell silent. Only one question remained. What the hell is he trying to do? In the banquet hall, Ari's elimination was a shock but was soon forgotten. The princes and princesses trained and advised the peak level SXS on advancing to level 7. Each person had a different experience, but knowing how others treaded their path was extremely beneficial. Some senior level 7s were also pointing out their experience to their junior level 7s. At High Awakeners, each sublevel was a significant step. High Awakeners also gathered and discussed their insights on the divine paths. Some of them were, however, discussing the solar trial. That included the sovereigns and level 9s. Charles has a big chance of winning. Sovereign Vian said, waving her fan. He acts alone. That's not what I approve of. Sovereign Julius shook his head. But he's strong enough to take down any team. Not strong enough to take down all teams. Julius said and glanced at the sovereigns. I am strong enough to take down on some of you together, but not all of you. The atmosphere fell silent. Evander cursed his father inside. Every 30 seconds, someone will suddenly say something serious and everyone falls silent. I'm really afraid that this solar trial, instead of promoting friendship, will create conflict among sovereigns. If Albert was here, he'd be able to cool down the issues and maintain a cordial atmosphere. Since he was the host this time, other sovereigns would also not object much. But he was only a level 9. No matter how strong level 9 he was, Evander didn't have the qualifications to ask sovereigns to shut up. I need to go. An archduke is making some noise. Julius suddenly said and his hologram disappeared. Well. He's a busy man. Vian chuckled and bowed her head. Her shoulders shook and presumably, she was also typing something about her project. Evander sighed and looked at the virtual projections in the banquet hall. It displayed the names of 6 regions. Thunder, ice, twisted, and psychedelic regions were stirred off. 4 flags, huh? He muttered. It'd be nice if we could monitor everything. But sadly, it's not possible. Ruins, being a private space of Devis, had a different set or rules or perhaps restrictions. No one knew for certain. But modern technology didn't work in ruins. Not even comms can be used, forget about space shuttles. Secret realms were essentially decayed ruins. So, most of them lost that feature and allowed the use of technology. But Tiama's secret realm was one of the few that still maintained those restrictions. Thankfully, they could at least use comms. And a very simple sensor attached to the maps. Of course, as the realm master, you could manufacture some native technology allowed the realm. For instance, the key to the secret realm. It was added the escape function and was considered a native technology of the realm. Only because of the protection mechanism did everyone send their geniuses inside. He didn't know about others, but Evander would definitely not allow Sarah without safety. She is still a 2nd year, and she goes to fight with 3rd years. How is she now? He didn't know what was happening inside. But as the host of the banquet, he maintained a calm disposition. Only he knew he was nervous inside. Sarah is the strongest. Her chances of winning aren't high. I hope she doesn't hurt herself too much. She has a high chance of winning next year. I should have told her to take it easy. He thought, but somehow, he couldn't speak to Sarah like he used to. There was a gap between them. And he was the one who created it. Shaking his head, Evander pushed back the painful thoughts and knit his brows. And Varian, what the hell are you doing in the Twisted Islands? Evander recalled Varian's confident smile and a thought passed by. The thought was ridiculous yet scary enough that even he, a very composed man, almost jumped out of his seat. Are you trying to win the competition? Despite knowing Varian's speed of progress, even he felt it was absurd. Nah. Impossible. Whatever you do, just don't bring me a headache by suddenly revealing your strength to be level 6. Nothing absurd will happen, right? Philia nodded lightly. This is the last one. Just a minute. William's figure blurred and he reached the palace on the peak in a moment. Previously, it was full of high and peak level 6 beasts. Now, there was not a single soul inside. The walls of the snow palace was pure white and reflected him as he climbed the huge stairs and reached a special room. The giant mammoth was guarding this room. Opening the door, he found the flag as expected. Besides the flag, there were also other treasures. William checked them and shook his head in disappointment. They were pretty useless. He covered himself with mental power and propelled himself out of the palace and down the mountain. In a second, he appeared in front of the teammates and flaunted his flag. We got it. Just as Sarah was about to respond, her comm buzzed. Charles, he eliminated all the beep. William's smile froze and Philia's face turned colder. Attacking messengers isn't honorable. William said. Peak level SXS attacking peak level 5 was just shameful. Even though the teams didn't say it explicitly, they agreed not to attack other teams' messengers. Sarah knit her brows and said. We're long past talking about honorable actions. William opened his mouth but no words came out. Yes. Attacking 11 members attacking one guy was anything but honorable. It was pretty hypocritical of them to talk about honor. What do we do now? Go to the vine forest and suppress him? Philia asked. Sarah thought for a moment and shook her head. No. She glanced at William and Philia with a helpless expression. Like it or not, we're first or second weakest team. Going there is just asking to be eliminated. But if Charles recovers, won't we all be done for? William asked with an unwilling expression. He knew they were weak. But truth wasn't always pleasant. Ashtarh or Xavier teams will go and check it out. If it's really an emergency, they'll contact us. Sarah said, hoping the emergency to never arrive. Besides, Charles is heavily injured. Even if he healed a bit, his strength would be far from his prime. Let them fight it out. She said. William opened his mouth in shock and clicked his tongue. Wow. Sarah, that was pretty evil of you. Not evil. I just want to keep a high chances of winning. Sarah said slowly. She was fully aware that her chances of winning were less than 5%. Everyone in the teams was a third year. They were also stronger than her, even if not by a huge margin, but by a significant one. Well, I don't know why, maybe intuition, but I don't think we'll win. William said, scratching his cheek. Don't jinx it. Philia elbowed him. Ouch. William flinched in pain and rolled his eyes. I'm not trying to. But I got a weird feeling about this. Sarah raised a brow. A few minutes ago, I was on the top of the peak to lure out a beast. Then, just for a moment, I thought someone was watching me from another peak. He explained. Philia remained silent. Forget it. Sarah waved her hand and said. The mountains are dangerous anyway. Let's go to plane and wait for some time. We'll decide our next move based on Charles's news. From the beginning to the end, their danger was beast horde. Thankfully, they managed to avoid it by not causing any commotion in the mountain tops. Xavier team exited the psychedelic region and entered the central plains. Right after they got the message regarding Charles, they decided to rush to the vine forest. It was risky, but necessary. If Charles recovered, they could kiss their chances of winning goodbye. Of course, Xavier knew he and his teammates could be injured, leading to their loss of combat power. But he was hopeful that Ashtarh team would also come. And so, they reached the vine forest shortly and rushed to the core area. Core area was dangerous and Xavier hoped that Charles faced difficulties and injured himself. Then Xavier would gladly eliminate him and remove this dangerous variable once and for all. Shortly after Xavier team left, Ashtarh team reached the central plains. They decided to check out Charles, but right when they were about to enter the vine region, another message arrived. I was in the middle of something, but I found traces of blood outside the islands. Helia team has left the islands. I'm going to Vine Forest and check on Charles. Ashtarh read his sister's message with a frown. He tried contacting her, but he got no response. Is she eliminated? He narrowed his eyes. She couldn't even send a message before being eliminated. And she went to Vine Forest, so. It was Charles, huh? He took a deep breath and shook his head. He was going to fight Charles, but not for this reason. It was Ari's decision to scout on Charles. She must bear the consequences. Of course, he'd compensate her. What do we do now? Misa titled her head and asked with a smile. We can go to Charles or we can go to Laden Burrows and get a flag. Tiama didn't speak and waited for Ashtar's decision. Ashtarh considered the options and said. Ice region. Huh? They were both taken aback. Helia escaped. Since she did, she got the flag already. Think about it, they only have 2 members but still got the flag almost at the same time as us. No, they were slightly quicker. Misa's eyes lit up. So their injuries must be heavy. Ashtarh nodded. So where would they go? To the safest place. Tiama answered, earning a glare from Misa. Since she doesn't know about our location, she wouldn't dare to venture into Thunder region or Psychedelic region. With news of Charles possibly recovering, Vine Forest is also a big no. Why Ice region? Why not Laden Burrows? Misa asked. I saw Helia fight Sarah in the banquet. She was pretty scornful of her. Even before the trial began, she mocked Sarah's team. She thinks Sarah's team is weaker than hers. Inflated ego, kek. Misa covered her mouth and chuckled. Back to your question, there's a high possibility that either us or Xavier team would go to Laden Burrows for the flag. So, she picked the safest bet. Whether she confronts Sarah or not, she's safe. Misa crossed her arms. She was still unconvinced. It's all your conjecture, anything could happen. Tiama narrowed his eyes and checked the messenger's list. Some of them sent info from time to time. There were some, however, that sent the reason they were eliminated, like opposite teams' massagers fought me, I overlooked a danger and was attacked by a beast, etc. He asked all their messengers to reply. Shortly, everyone replied except those already eliminated. His eyes brightened and he said. I checked the messages from all our messengers. Except for the eliminated, only 4 didn't reply. Of the 4, the 3 sent their last message 30 minutes ago and the 4th one's last message was 6 minutes ago. The message is, hell. Ashtarh shrugged. The messenger didn't have time to type out the full message before he was eliminated. Misa said begrudgingly. Fine, let's go. Ashtarh team entered the ice region. Haha. Don't mention it. She waved her hand, but her lips curled up in a smug smile. So, what do we do now? Caleb asked. You can't even think and give me an opinion yourself. Humph. Pathetic. But well, that's why you're a perfect teammate for me. Helia thought and said. We're in the Snow Mountains range, aren't we? These mountains have a structure on their peak filled with monsters. She pointed to the snow-capped mountains in the distance. Clear those monsters and hide there? Caleb asked. Helia rolled her eyes. If you want to be further injured, sure. If we provoke even the top of one mountain, the beasts in all mountains would descend. Essentially, a beast tide. Gulp. Caleb swallowed his saliva and shook his head. So, what do we do? No one will dare to disturb the beasts, so let's stay on a mountain, but far away from the beasts. Ah, I see. As expected of you. HM. Let's go. Helia disappeared and teleported into the distance. Caleb followed. Achoo! Mysa sneezed as she rubbed her hands. Looking at the endless whiteness, white land, white sky and even foggy white air, she said. I hate coldness. But aren't you covering yourself with space armor? How come you are still cold? Tiama asked. His body flashed a golden light as he moved forward at a great speed, causing ice under him to break in the process. Ashtarh led the team as he tried to find the traces of Helia. They were seen by several messengers, but they didn't care and moved forward. The best course of action now was to eliminate the heavily injured Helia team. Ashtarh wasn't inclined to fight Sarah team. They were weaker than his team, but were stronger than Helia's. Besides, there was no guarantee they were heavily injured. But more importantly, they might not be in the ice region at all. Mysa teleported and appeared in front of Ashtarh, only to be overtaken by him again. Achoo! Tiama caught up to her and raised a brow. I get it. It's psychological. You had a bad experience with ice in the past? Shut up. Mysa yelled, though she kept her voice in a reasonable range. Guys. Ashtar's solemn voice called them. Get ready. Tiama was taken aback and carefully sensed the ground. He found 2 pairs of light but fresh footprints. Ashtarh heightened his perception and carefully sniffed the faint scent. Follow me, he said and shot forward. Soon, the trio reached a small mountain and concealed their breaths. What's the building above? It looks like a pagoda. Mysa said, her eyes flashing. It's full of monsters. Her lips curled up as she tried to stifle her laughter. Don't even think about it. Ashtar's voice came from the front. If we attack that one building, beasts on every mountain will descend. Then isn't it too dangerous? What if Helia is pushed to the brink and attacks the pagoda herself? Tiama asked. She can totally do it. That's why, Mysa, stay on guard and stop them. Tiama and me will attack. All right. Mysa nodded. Even though she liked to fight, she still understood the priority of things. Ashtarh and Tiama glanced at each other and nodded. Their bodies blurred and leaving after images, they shot up the mountain. Wait, what? Suddenly, they heard a scream and the next moment, Helia and Caleb appeared outside a cave. Their expressions were full of shock and horror. Did you come alone? Helia asked, watching Tiama racing towards them with his lightning wings. Tiama didn't answer and conjured 2 lightning bolts and shot towards them. Fuck. Cursing, both Helia and Caleb teleported and escaped from the attack, appearing almost a mile away. Caleb's instincts suddenly screamed at him and he wanted to teleport right away. But his injuries delayed him for a split second and that was all it took as Ashtar's fist connected with his neck and a silver light flashed from his body. It was a fatal hit and Caleb was eliminated. Why you? Ashtarh. Helia teleported far away as she exclaimed in fear. How did you find me? Damn it. Ashtarh and Tiama didn't care about her words and sprinted towards her. Don't come. Don't come. She yelled hysterically as she teleported indiscriminately, barely avoiding Tiama's lightning bolts and Ashtar's punches. How? How did they find my location? Wait, is this all a plan by that bitch Ari? Helia suddenly thought of everything that transpired and widened her eyes. Fuck. You and your sister are both cowards. You had to, zap. Boom. A lightning bolt greeted her and Helia realized she couldn't even afford to speak freely. Due to her injuries, she wasn't in an ideal condition. She didn't even try to attack and only tried to escape. But they were quickly catching up to her. From the mid-section of the mountain, they were now on the top of the mountain. Helia saw the pagoda filled with beasts and her eyes lit up. Go. If you dare to attack me, I'll attack the pagoda and we'll all go down together. The expected response didn't come. All that greeted was the same old lightning bolts and deadly fists. Helia's eyes turned red and she clenched her fists. Fine. You'll get what you fucking deserve. She disappeared and appeared beside the pagoda. Channeling her space power, she was about to create a huge space explosion inside the pagoda. Once it happened, the beasts regardless of the mountain would be enraged. Not just the beasts on the top, but also those below and also on the other parts of the mountain. Even though she was losing, she wanted to see the look of despair on Ashtar's face who brought her to this loss. But all she saw was calmness. Then suddenly, the space around her solidified. In that moment of shock, Ashtarh appeared in front of her and punched at her chest. No. A silver light flashed and she was eliminated, leaving behind the flag. Ashtarh caught the flag and glanced at the pagoda. He heaved a sigh of relief. Let's go to the vine forest now, he said. Tiama and Misa nodded and they descended down the mountain. When they were halfway down, Ashtar's eyes widened and he turned to his right, and stared into the distance. An explosion? All he saw was a small flash of gold and then the earth started to shake. Earthquake? Misa paused and frowned. Doesn't feel like it. Tiama also paused and glanced around. Ashtarh suddenly turned to the peak of the mountain and exhaled. Look at the top. Misa's jaw dropped and she rubbed her eyes. Then she spread her space sense and saw the whole picture. Run. The trio dashed down the mountain. Everything began to shake. The mountains, the trees, the ice land, the frozen lakes. Everything. Tens of thousands of beasts descended down the mountain. With each of their steps, the ground shook and ice crackled. Roar. The high mountains soon crumbled and were reduced to rubble, sending tremors throughout the region. Ashtarh, Tiama and Misa were on the run as they tried to escape the devastating impact of the beast tide. Yet, the beasts filled everything their eyes can see. I can fly, should I take you? Tiama shut up midway as he saw the beasts that blanketed the sky. Ashtarh kept his cool and said, we'll just need to not stand in their way. But what was their way? Literally everywhere their eyes can see. Even then, Ashtarh looked at them and said, it's not life-threatening. Most of the beasts are weaker than us. But if we're caught in the tide, it's another story. He said and ran outwards. Ashtar's speed was very fast, but the beast standing in his way slowed him down. Even then, he avoided all the beasts he could and rushed out. But there were some beasts, particularly those of level 6 that tried to attack him in frenzy. His two scimitars reaped their lives and cleared the way. Tiama and Misa followed his lead and rushed out of the beast tide. They ran across the beast tide's direction. Injuries were common. As they passed through thousands of beasts, despite trying their best, they had to face many attacks. There weren't many peak level of success, but there were plenty enough. As such, by the time Trio escaped the beast tide, they accumulated a lot of minor, but significant injuries. Roar. Krua. Duh. Dug. Some of the beasts at the edges of the beast side saw their injuries and rushed towards them. Die. Mysa clenched her fists and the beast were crushed into pastes of meat and bone. Sweat rolled down her forehead as she panted heavily from the exertion. Ashtarh bent down and held his knees as he heavily breathed in. Tiama just laid on the ground and pretended to be dead. After a few minutes, the beast tide's intensity reduced in their region and Mysa asked, "How?" Ashtarh recalled the flash of golden light on a mountain and narrowed his eyes. This beast tide was definitely provoked by one of the teams. This team knew that Helia's team was here and also that they were chasing after them. So, they planned this. Who else could it be? Sarah's team should have used some explosives and provoked the beasts. Ashtarh exhaled and said, "I acknowledged her strength. But I overlooked her tactics. I didn't know she was this shrewd," he said as he looked at his own injuries and his teammates' injuries. "She should know that we won't go down with a beast tide." Tiama sat up and growled. "We're stronger than that." "Of course. But she never expected to eliminate us." Ashtarh said slowly. "It is, to weaken us." Mysa and Tiama fell silent. Whether they admitted it or not, their strength had dropped. They already took the healing potion, but they weren't going to recover to their peak anytime soon. They could barely exert peak level 6 power now. A depressing atmosphere filled the air. Suddenly, Mysa's eyes lit up and she said, "Now, Charles and Xavier teams fight. Xavier team will also weaken. Sarah's team is the weakest. So, we'll all be even." Ashtarh rubbed his chin in thought but didn't comment on her words. "Let's go to the Laden Burrows. I guess Sarah's team is already on the way. We'll settle our scores there." Soon, the three exited the ice region and entered the Laden Burrows. Bastards. Sarah cursed under her breath as she looked at the thousands of beasts in the distance. Thankfully, they were some distance away from the mountains when this happened and were able to barely escape. The team suffered only light injuries and came out relatively unscathed. But still, Sarah's face was cold. An explosion, huh? Which bastard did this? As a level 6 enhanced, she remembered the rumbling sound of explosion. If she was not wrong, it was a thunder-type explosive. The obvious answer would be Ashtarh team. But Sarah denied that without hesitation. With his personality, Ashtarh wouldn't do that. Especially to her team, which was weaker than his. "All our messengers in the region are done for," William said with a bitter expression. "Sarah, if it's not Ashtarh, then who is it? They need to get the thunder explosives, place it here." Philia frowned and said. "Thankfully, they miscalculated the time. We got the flag early on. And we weren't even close to the mountain during the explosion. But if..." She paused. "If they were close to the mountain, they'd heavily injured. And if they were unlucky and got besieged by dozens of peak level 6 beasts, then there's a risk of elimination. Xavier, damn it." Sarah clenched her fist. "He is the one who can do this. He will work with you and also against you. Let's go to the Laden Burrows. We'll settle the score there," she said, and soon, the trio left the ice region. "Huh? A beast tide?" Xavier Bell rubbed his temples and said. Marcus stood in the distance as he closed his eyes and recuperated. The attack in the core region took a heavy toll on him. So, he didn't respond to Xavier's words. But Rhodey checked his calm and exclaimed. "Who did it? Our messengers were all eliminated. But they saw Ashtarh enter the ice region. My guess is Helia." Rhodey frowned and he said. "That's Disco, brilliant." Xavier cut him off. "Pardon?" Xavier raised a brow. "Brilliant. Helia was somehow able to provoke the beasts, without being present there. So, I guess she used explosives or sacrificed messengers. Excellent, I must say." Rhodey stayed silent. Xavier shrugged. "Perhaps you looked down on her. But from the start, this was never a fair fight. Everyone has to do their best to win. His eyes glittered as he said. We need to be careful of this woman. He didn't know, Helia was long eliminated. Rhodey Nile nodded and led the way into the core area. The vine forest was somewhat similar to Aether Garden. Both plants and animals attacked you and you had to look out for everything. Roar! A two-headed lion appeared in front of the team and a blue light flashed from its body. It grew in size and turned into a monster with a lion's head, a goat's body, and a dragon's tail. Chimera! Roar! The lion's head opened its mouth and was about to breathe out fire. Xavier locked his mental power onto the creature and snorted. Gruff, the chimera collapsed instantly onto the ground as it struggled to control its own body. Rhodey seized the opportunity and smashed its head open, killing the creature. A peak level 6, huh? Xavier wiped away the sweat on his forehead and muttered. Even though the fight looked easy, it wasn't. He consumed significant amount of mental power to stop the creature's attack and it from moving. Then, Rhodey also had only a small window of opportunity before the creature eventually fought back. But thanks to the experience of working together, even if slightly, in the Aether Garden, they were able to accomplish this feat. TSK. Marcus snickered and walked forward. They were met with quite a few peak level 6 creatures, plants, and beasts. Xavier would use his mental powers and stop them while either Marcus or Rhodey finished off the creature. Of course, that didn't mean Xavier himself couldn't kill off a peak level 6. He certainly could. It just cost him more mental power. He preferred to save it as much as he could. After some time, they found a trail. The ground was filled with potholes. The trees, even the level 6 ones, were blown into pieces and the corpse of a colossal bear laid on the ground, spilling its yellow blood. Charles. Rhodey said with sharp eyes. Xavier expanded his mental sense and found a trail of red blood. They followed the trail and found more and more corpses along the way. And along with their corpses was Charles's blood. It was more and more fresh with each new corpse. Finally, they stopped in front of a huge dome. It was made of sturdy brown branches and looked like a flipped bird nest. There was only one entrance to the dome in the shape of a door and it was pitch black, preventing them from seeing the inside. This is it. Marcus said. Rhodey stepped forward and led the way. The trio were nervous. Charles, he's likely in that dome. Maybe he fought the monster and won the flag already. But what's scary was that he was so badly injured, yet he managed to make it so far. Of course, they all held back their strength, but still, they had to acknowledge that Charles was on a different league. As the trio passed through the huge black entrance, they found themselves facing a giant corpse. The corpse of a half-dragon. Its wings were torn apart. Its neck was broken and its eyes showed its shock. A heavy silence filled the room as the trio upped their guards and waited for the inevitable. Charles Xander. Don't worry too much. He came this far, he must be pretty injured. Even though he said it, Xavier found his confidence to be lacking. Rhodey and Marcus also waited in absolute silence for the number 1 genius of the Federation. It was an oppressive silence. But they didn't waver. Their senses scanned the room over and over, but they didn't find his traces. They did find pools of his red blood and even pieces of his torn clothes. Yet, the man himself was missing. Finally, Marcus growled and stepped towards the corpse. Fuck it. Charles, I'm here. If you have balls, come out. There was no response. Marcus called out again. Charles. Silence. Are you a pussy? Come out. With a growl, Marcus's body burst into flames and he kicked the half-dragon's corpse. The 10-meter-long creature was heavy, but dead. Its body flew into the air, and crashed into the ground. Charles, calm, Marcus suddenly paused, startling both Xavier and Rhodey. They both stiffened and were ready to attack. However, Marcus only bent down and picked up something from the ground. No. It was two things. A flag. The fifth flag. And a comm attached to a hand. Rhodey and Xavier rubbed their eyes to confirm they weren't seeing things. Charles's hand. They recognized and tapped his comm. It displayed the last message to his messengers. Move out of the regions with flag. Once they did that, they'd no longer be able to enter the regions before the competition ended. Why would Charles say that? If only he had no use for them. Or if he couldn't use them anymore. He is eliminated. Xavier muttered slowly. His calm and collected voice was shaken, overcome by a mix of emotions. Was it jealousy? Helplessness? Or relief? Yeah. Marcus nodded and put down the hand with a complicated expression. Charles's traces ended here. And there was no way out. He was gone. We got the flag. We'll be facing off the others in the Laden Burrows. Let's go. Rhodey sighed. Yep. Marcus clenched his fists and said. One final bout. Soon, the trio left the vine forest and entered the Laden Burrows. And the messengers quickly informed Ashtarh and Sarah teams. Their reaction was similar. First, they were bewildered and almost thought it was false. But then after hearing that the Xavier team just left the vine forest, they sighed and accepted reality. All teams would collide in the Laden Burrows. They not only survived, but also thrived. Humans are also like that. At first, aura revival only led to infighting and even nuclear wars. But afterwards, we thrived. Varian thought as his figure blurred in the Thunder Plains and he traveled a few miles with every teleportation. He wasn't expecting this, but a level 5 space Awakener sure had it much easy for travel. Still, that speed was inferior to his level 6 enhanced speed. But it's more economical. Varian also found that with each advancement, the space power consumed per distance continued to fall. The space power his level 3 self used for teleporting 100 meters, he could teleport 200 meters with the same. As went deeper into the Thunder Plains, he avoided any messengers. His destination was Thunder Shrine. Now they're all heading to the Laden Burrows. But, Xavier team returned pretty fast. And from what the messengers were talking, it seems like he's eliminated. To be fair, no one expected it. Although it's surprising, it's not improbable. Xavier team members are not fools, but I am not convinced. Varian pressed down the weird feeling in the back of his mind and paused in front of a narrow valley entrance. It was covered by thick white fog and dense lightning mana, making it impossible for him to pry inside. Wait, footprints. Varian didn't enter inside immediately but thought back to the situation. Ashtarh team had left and since they hired messengers with the promise of treasures, they would most likely be peak level 5 lighting Awakeners. Even if not all, but most of them. Status, Body, Enhanced, Path L6, 0/4000 Space Path L5, 1200/2000 Lightning Path L5, 0/2000 Morpher Path L4, 400/1000 Telepath Path L5, 0/2000 Telekinetic Path L4, 0/1000. I can instantly defeat any peak level 5, but if they inform Ashtarh team of me appearing here, it'd destroy the arrangements. Varian took a deep breath and walked into the white fog. The lightning mana rumbled and the next moment, he was in a rather ancient site. The vast expanse of land was filled with ruins of statues, fine art, and public buildings. Varian hurriedly teleported behind a large boulder and hid himself from the messengers. Some of them were fighting, some were searching for treasures and a final group was standing in front of the Thunder Shrine. Thankfully, with his quick response, no one found him. Varian placed his hand on the boulder and sighed. He felt a texture on his palm and dusted off the boulder. There were strange golden symbols engraved on the boulder. No. Not a boulder. It was perhaps a home? Varian also noticed something. The golden symbols weren't engraved with ink or just carved on the hard stone, but with lightning mana. Lighting mana, like all other mana and auras, was always mobile. It's like wind, flowing from one place to another. It was impossible to lock it one place. But here he was, seeing something so hard done so casually. Devis. Varian said under his breath. Perhaps they lived here before they suddenly went extinct. System, are Devis truly dead? He suddenly asked. He wasn't sure if he wanted to hear a positive or a negative. But he wanted a closure. The last one of them died thousands of years ago. It replied nonchalantly. Why? Varian was stumbling upon a great secret and he knew it. They sealed this system. But they couldn't seal completely. Over time, they got the fruit of their actions. In the last-ditch effort to weaken the system and save their race, they sealed off the aura. Varian's eyes widened. He felt it was ridiculous. A godlike species died to this system, just like that? But he recalled the powers he wielded for a brief time in the ghost ship and didn't retort. What he wielded was only a tiny fraction of system's powers, yet he was able to destroy walls that could withstand the attacks of celestial rancors. The system continued to speak. They sealed the aura and waited for it to weaken this system's influence. But they didn't foresee the effects when it began. They thought it was temporary and ignored it. When they realized the true danger, it was too late. Without aura, they're slowly going extinct. But when they finally wanted to do something about it, they no longer had the power. Varian opened his mouth to say something, but he couldn't say anything. Was he carrying a civilizational exterminator with him the whole time? He could be considered its host or master in a sense, so did that also make him an exterminator? But wasn't the system always telling him it works on the principle of a balance? How the fuck was it a balance to exterminate an entire civilization? But he did catch one crucial information. Devis died due to lack of aura. If aura suddenly disappears in the solar system, would humans also die off? The system responded in negative. Devis are special. Their history isn't exactly glorious. Find out the rest yourselves. I am not interested at all. Varian said with an indifferent expression. Inwardly, he imagined thrashing the system 1,000,000 times already. Most of the time, you play dead and pretend you don't exist. When you finally speak, all you do is tease my appetite. Shaking his head, Varian put the matter of Devis behind. The Secrets realms had relics of Devis, but the best place to find more about them was undoubtedly ruins. He needed to be at least a high Awakener to enter one. Considering this was second month, the ruins of second planet, Venus would be open for 45 days. Maybe I'll take 3 more months and enter Jupiter's ruins? Varian shook his head immediately. If anything, I can't predict my own progress. Time to do the job at hand. Varian tapped Ghost Ring on his finger and asked. Boo, find a level 6 beast near this place. Master, are you going to? Just do it. They still didn't enter the Thunder Shrine. They were fighting over the corpses of Thunder Griffins and Thunder Knights. Usually, the teams would take them for themselves. But Ashtar's team generously left them for the messengers. As a result, it created intense fights. Good for me. Soon, Boo sent him a signal and Varian went out of the Thunder Shrine to find the level 6 beast. A low level 6 golden lion. It was leisurely resting in its nest when he suddenly showed up, pulled its tail and ran away. Roar. Ha ha ha. Varian's shoulders trembled as he recalled the lion's expression when its tail was pulled. He teleported behind it, and the lion noticed the space fluctuations with its lightning sense. It conjured a lightning spear to impale the intruder. But his body moved faster and he pulled its tail. Pulling a lion's tail without being killed. Varian's mind flashed and he saw a scene where they visited a park with Amanda. Sia was very curious. They visited a sleeping lion. He didn't know what came to her, but Sia somehow pulled its tail. Thankfully, it was only a level 0 creature and Amanda was able to scare it off. With a short sprint, he reached the entrance of the valley. Roar. Varian's smile disappeared as he jumped away and avoided the lightning bolt. Boom! The lightning spear impaled the ground and broke it apart, creating a small crater in the process. Varian turned to the golden lion, intentionally grinned to piss it off and entered the white fog. Roar! The golden lion covered its body with lightning and its body flashed a golden light as it dashed into the white fog. Roar! The next moment, it appeared in Thunder's shrine. Its immediate reaction was to flee. After all, it knew that there were thunder griffins living in this area. Roa. It sensed the corpses of the griffins and thunder knights. Its fear only grew stronger and it was about to flee. Suddenly, it felt a tug at its tail again and turned around in anger. It spread its lightning sense and tried to catch the culprit. It'd remember his aura and chase him later. Row. But soon, it realized there were only weak humans in the area. There was no danger. The lion glanced at the corpses of the thunder griffins and thunder knights in the distance and gulped. Instinctively, it knew that devouring them would strengthen it. To it, strength was the most important thing. Even revenge would come later. Thus, when it saw some humans dissecting the thunder griffins and gathering treasures, its blood boiled. Roar! Lightning snakes erupted out of its body and shot out in all directions as the air was suddenly filled with a stifling atmosphere. All the messengers paled as they felt the horrifying aura of the creature. Fuck. Ultimately, everything he did was to pursue his goals. And for this trial, his goal was to win. Then what if him winning causes a lot of peak level 5 geniuses to lose their opportunity of gaining treasures? Treasures that could perhaps save their lives in the future. Treasure that could help them advance and make their lives better. Was it not cruel? Such a thought did pass through his mind, but strangely Varian didn't feel any sense of pity towards the messengers. Forget pity, there was not a shred of guilt in his heart. He wanted the enlightenment potion, grow stronger. He didn't know why, but from the moment Sia revealed she was a level 7, he had that urge to do whatever he could and grow stronger. So, when the golden lion dashed into the Thunder Shrine and attacked the messengers, he watched it calmly. Am I so cold-blooded? Roar. Zap. Boom. The peak level 5 messengers tried to fight back. But the lightning spears of the golden lion all possessed the power of level 6. Something they couldn't contend. The messengers were scattered across the field as they tried to dodge the lightning spears. Why did this happen? Didn't Senior Ashtarh say they cleared all the nearby beasts? Yes. They didn't neglect us, did they? Indeed, there were no level 6 beasts nearby. Varian had to lure this one from afar. There were around 20 messengers. But under a minute, half of them were hit with lightning spears and disappeared. Looking at the silver light teleporting them away, Varian clicked his tongue. So that's why. These people don't have any danger of life. Even though not getting this treasure might harm them in the future, it might also do them good. Since I'm not harming their lives, I don't feel any guilt. It was a weird justification, but Varian found it fit him. Senior Tiama. There's a L level 6 beast. I know you cleared but... Yes. It's attacking us. What? Soon, one of the leading messengers contacted Tiama and informed the situation. Her intention was obvious. Ask for help. If Tiama did return, then Varian's plans would be spoiled. But he wasn't nervous at all. What happened? The other messengers asked eagerly as they desperately dodged the lightning spears. Boom. Boom. The golden lion was enjoying itself as it slowly hunted down the prey. To it, this place was something akin to a dream house. With rich lightning mana, countless natural treasures and a mysterious shrine, this place was a perfect residence for it. Since these bugs dared to desecrate its residence, then it'll torture them to death. Arg. One more messenger was impaled by the lightning spear and flew into the air. As the lightning mana threatened to break his heart, a silver light flashed and dispelled the lightning mana, and teleported him away. What happened? What did Senior Tiama say? A messenger asked with a pale face. He kept glancing at the golden lion and thought back to the genius that was eliminated just now. There was only one hope. The teams. He can't come. The hope was crushed. Why? He turned to the girl who contacted him and growled. Boom! A lightning bolt struck him and he couldn't dodge in that moment of heat. The familiar silver light covered him and he heard her words. Because they're already in Laden Burrows. They can't back off. Those were the last words he heard before he disappeared. An air of despair filled them and the messengers made the optimal choice. They picked as many treasures as they could while dodging the lightning spears. The golden lion soon understood this and went all out. Zap! 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 All the remaining messengers were eliminated. Clap! Clap! Varian applauded the golden lion as he stepped out of the shadows. Roar! This is my territory. Varian felt the meaning conveyed by its roar and was taken aback. Is this the effect of Morphopath? Interesting. He wanted top lay with the creature a bit, but time was running out. So, he kicked the ground and appeared in front of the lion in an instant. Roar! Zap! The golden lion was a level 6 beast after all. Its lightning sense followed his movements and right when he appeared in front of it, it prepared a lightning shield as well as a very concentrated lightning spear. The power emanated by the lightning spear alarmed Varian's senses. He could take it, but with heavy injuries. Humph! Zap! The lightning spear shot at him with breakneck speed, heating up the air and cutting through the wind. Varian's body disappeared and he teleported behind the lion. As the lion was very confident in its prowess, and looked down on him, its lightning defense wall behind was very thin. As a result, Varian's fist broke it easily and connected with the lion's back. Grag! With a tragic roar, the golden lion collapsed on the ground as its bones fell apart and flesh was torn into pieces. Boo started to clean up the scene, removing traces of their battle while Varian reached the entrance of the shrine. The intricate carvings on the door captivated him as he saw the scenes of humanoid creatures fighting and breaking a planet into pieces, the largest of which became Earth's moon. Even sovereigns can't do it. Is this the power of celestial ranks? Is this the power of Abyss Emperor? He muttered and pushed the door, which opened with a creaking sound. The platform in the middle was empty. Presumably, it held flag. But Varian didn't come for the flag. He scanned the floor and his eyes lit up. The sleek white floor had golden orbs placed all over. Each orb had several lines extending out of it, and these lines intersected and entangled with the lines of other orbs, forming strange patterns. He felt a strong threat from these orbs. They were enough to even harm mid-level SXS. Lightning Fury. One of the strongest explosives of Theodra's secret realm. Taking a deep breath, Varian bent down and started channeling his lightning mana into an orb. There was a special method to retrieve them. But it needed some time. Fortunately, Varian had the time for 2 or 3 orbs of lightning fury. However, he must be careful. If he slipped up, then he'd be eliminated. He concentrated all his senses and started the retrieval. A few minutes later, core area, Aether Gardens, psychedelic region, this finishes it. Varian looked at the countless strange patterns on the ground and sighed. Illusion formatons. Fortunately, there weren't many messengers here. Apparently, the destruction done by Xavier team destroyed a lot of treasures. So a significant part of messengers begrudgingly went to the Vine Forest. Varian was grateful as he was able to easily sneak in. Along the way, he also spied on a few messengers and knew the situation in Laden Burrows. The teams all met up. He had to hurry. 3 formations will be enough. He rubbed his forehead and said. Retrieving them would take a toll on his mental power and mental sense. But this was the last piece of puzzle. It had plains, plateaus, hills, rivers, and of course, burrows. But taking the region at face value would be a big mistake. Adhering to its name, the gravity here fluctuated wildly and varied from place to place and even from time to time. There were some places where you would just float while others where even a level 3 body Awakener couldn't crawl. Space Awakeners had a slightly advantage here, but it wasn't much. Because of the different gravities, fighting here was usually harder than other places. Boom! Sarah kicked the ground and barely dodged the jaws of a pterosaur-like monster. With huge wings, sleek green body and an unhinged mouth, the creature flew over Sarah and just by its moment, it went a few miles away. Sarah panted slightly and looked at her hands. Clenching and relaxing them, she felt the difference of this place. She felt like she was dragged down by the ground. Like there were huge chains to her hands and feet. Her speed was curtailed and she felt like she was back to the days when she was still a level 4 or level 5. Humph. Sarah channeled the chi in her body. Screech. The pterosaur dived down again and as it did, Sarah felt like her entire body was rooted to the ground. This feeling was different from Space Block. During Space Block, you would feel like they were surrounded by a thick metal wall from all sides that just wouldn't break. But during this gravity exertion, your entire body turns heavy. The force enough to jump into the air wouldn't be enough to lift your foot. It would feel like someone was dragging you down, into the ground. Sarah raised her head and locked her sight on the predator that dived down towards her with an open mouth. If a prey fell into its mouth, it'd use gravity to crush the prey to pieces and swallow it gleefully. The pterosaur used gravity on itself and flew down at the speed of level SXS. Her current speed was far from enough. Arg! Sarah channeled the chi in her body and exerted her strength. Gotcha! She heard the sounds of invisible chains breaking, and felt like her body was light again. Screech! The pterosaur screamed in surprise and was about to defend itself when an ice spear pierced its eye and froze its brain. Thud! The huge creature collapsed in front of her, allowing Sarah to heave a sigh of relief. In the distance, William and Philia also finished killing their prey. Soon, the duel appeared in front of her. William looked at her solemn expression and asked. What happened? They contacted me. Sarah said and the two stiffened up. Fine. We need to fight it out anyway. William waved his hand like it was a no big deal. Then why is your body shaking? Sarah chose not to say it out loud. For the beast tide, we'll take revenge on Xavier team. She said, causing William to pump his fist into the air. Even Philia's cold expression melted a little as she showed excitement. But, she said in a tone that accepted no objection. Preferably after we get the flag. If we and Xavier team fight, then who will benefit? Ari and Ashtarh team. Philia said. Exactly. So, it's best to get it done in the end. Sarah paused and glanced at her teammates. I won't attack you guys until our team gets the 6 flags. Until then, I expect the same from you. Of course. Even if you don't trust me on anything, trust me on trusting me, whatever you call it. In short, you can rest assured. I disdain backstabbing. Philia said, and then thinking of the beast tide, she added. Of course, if it's attacking Xavier team out of the blue, I'm all in. Despite her cold face, she sounded very vengeful. All right. I hope our team is the last one standing. Sarah said with a smile and her chi exploded. Cracks appeared on the ground she stood on and she was gone like the wind, blasting air in the process. Clearly, she was now able to maintain her speed despite the gravity. Of course, it was because she wasn't fighting a gravity awakener. She was only traveling in a region with high gravity. Or it wouldn't be so easy. William increased the mental power around him and nodded at Philia. Soon, their figures blurred and followed Sarah. In the center of the Laden Burrows area were the Laden Burrows from which the area derived its name. The burrows were the handiwork of a species native to the region called Canuck. These 4-legged creatures had a crystalline armor covering all their body, including their eyes. This crystalline material was incredibly dense and could last for hours without being broken by opponents of the same level. That is, if a mid-level 5 Canuck activated its armor and kept it on, any mid-level 5 would find it hard to break. Of course, this didn't come for free. Canucks weren't born with this crystalline body armor. They would collect the materials, then crush them into an incredible dense alloy and cover their body. The only reason Canucks could bear such a heavy weight on their body all the time was their gravity powers. In other words, they used their gravity power to reduce the weight they feel from the crystalline body armor all the time. But over time, they managed to make it an effective practice mechanism for them. Thus, a Canuck was practicing all the time, even during sleep. The only way to win them was to make a quick and effective blow, breaking open a small part of their armor and destroying their rather fragile bodies. This was possible, but needs immense combat skills and focus. In front of the Laden Burrows, 9 lights flashed and the 3 teams appeared. Sarah's eyes fell on Xavier. Xavier looked at Ashtarh and Ashtarh glared at Sarah. As a stifling silence filled the air, William and Mysa said at the same time. Are we going to wait all day? 300 chapters. I kinda forgot to put this when I wrote, so adding now. It won't cost extra by the way. Please do a review. 1. What do you like? 2. What do you hate? 3. What's alright, but can better? Please help me out. Don't worry about the stars. 1 star is also acceptable if you mention the reasons. Since most of the readers are silent, I want at least some of you to speak out on what keeps you reading this story. Thank you for the support.